Justice, you can hear me? Justice.
Hey, can anybody else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Have you ever done this before?
No, I sure haven't.
Yeah. I ain't got no idea what's going on. I don't know if I'm doing this right or not.
I see someone else joined me. See, they got their you got all four people up now?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got their mic still turned off.
Huh. I don't know. We're supposed to have ours on or off.
I figured I'd just leave it on. That way I know what's going on.
Yeah. Oh boy. What's this, your preliminary?
No, I've got a case that's been going on a couple of years.
Oh yeah. So how's this work when they get on here? Were they talking to all four of us or what?
I don't really know. I'm guessing we're just kind of in a group where, they're not just going individually one by one by one. It takes forever.
Huh.
I'd like to think we're just the A team.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to think we're just the A team.
Yeah.
Like 9:45, no lunch.
Susan Brown. Could you hear me? Susan Brown. There they are.
Sam. Alright, so this is you. Mixed is really my name. Alright. And the large you. Excuse me?
Can you hear me talking now?
Maybe. I'm gonna mute it.
Give me 1 second and I'll be right with you. Skip's office. Someone locked it in. Get me together, man. I gotta get the key to the room.
That's it.
Yeah, so if you're still on here and we're still evacuated the building or in
Give me 1 second.
Holding area?
yeah,
Oh.
whatever this is over, and they're still like not.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Everything looks good. He's muted. Okay. All right, Buck. Thank you.
Just when I'm done, just come back out and come to the front window.
If you can remember the stopper right here,
Yeah,
put it there in the door.
gotcha.
I've had trouble with it.
Okay.
And I'll just go up there.
You should be on there. I think it's going up as far as I can tell. And it should give you more options if you just pull that up if you need to.
Okay.
Like I said, is that camera right there? I think if you do that, it'll pull up your camera.
Okay. So just watch this.
Yeah,
till they
you're
call
good.
my
You're
name.
good now. When they call your name, you can actually mute yourself till they do. They'll probably want you to. And then when they do call your name, unmute yourself so they can hear you talk and all that good stuff. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just go upstairs and wait along and come back in.
Get up on that.
Well, don't see who I was in court.
Huh?
You don't see who I was in court.
You figure out how to get on there?
Yeah, finally,
Huh?
finally.
They supposed to send you something with your turn?
I was supposed to call my name again.
Okay, let's go to the Warren County Jail first. Warren County Correctional Institution. Are you there?
Yes, Your Honor.
If everybody that's not involved in this case will turn your camera off, please. Mr. Bishop, Frederick Bishop, will you turn your camera off, please? Thank you. Mr. Norris? Okay, whoever, Marcy Swinick, turn your camera off. Okay, thank you. This is the first case on the docket is Commonwealth Kentucky versus Bradley Hildebrand. Are you Bradley Hildebrand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you born in 1994?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 2089. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Ms. Costello, do you represent Mr. Hildebrand?
I did in district court, Your Honor. I believe he still needs
I will
us
continue
appointed.
the appointment. I will continue the appointment. You have a right to remain silent, Mr. Hildebrand.
Yes, sir.
The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, first degree, first offense, methamphetamine, and public intoxication. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge that Mr. Hildebrand enter plea of not guilty and reserving all pretrial motions? Mr. T.H.P. Seville, you need to turn your camera off. Thank you.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. What is pretrial on here with us?
Yeah, Judge.
What is this gentleman's bond situation?
$25,000 cash only, Judge.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Stockton, have you and Ms. Costello talked about this case?
No, we'd like to meet July the 16th at 9 o'clock on our pretrial, Your Honor.
July 16th at 9 a.m. Okay. The next the next pretrial here will be on July the 29th. So I'm going to sign, Mr. Hildebrand, I will sign a reciprocal discovery order in which the Commonwealth will give your attorney all the information so they can prepare for your defense, okay?
Okay.
Is Mr. Hildebrand being held anywhere else? Is he a state prisoner or anything, Mr. Pretrial?
Yeah, Judge. He's got a Warren County
Is that what?
probation holder.
Okay, so make sure you put a pin on him, okay? Can you do that to make sure he's not a Cumberland County prisoner? Ben, can you hear me?
Yeah, Judge. I don't have anything to do with pins and stuff like that. So,
Mr. Garner.
Yeah.
I think since he's pretrial, he's probably, you can't do a pin.
yeah, he's just being held on this bond. So, along with other things.
Well, I know he's being held on a probation and violation. Maybe is probation office on here now?
I am, Your Honor.
Can you put a pin on this guy if we got him on a probation hold?
I should be able to, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Poindexter will take your case up next, I guess. Commonwealth versus Cheryl Cote. Is that how you say it? Pardon? Cody, yeah. Are you Cheryl Cody?
Yeah,
I guess Sherry L then, right? Pardon? Okay. Okay. Taylor County, if you'll turn your camera off, we'll get to you next, okay? Okay, you're here today for pretrial conference. What was it? What was the date, Mr. Stockton, for the 16th?
July the 16th at 9 o'clock, Your Honor.
July the 16th, will be there July the 16th, and you'll have a pretrial on the 29th. If you don't work it out on the 16th and 29th, we'll set a trial. Okay. You're under the same conditions of bond, and including attending that pretrial and also the conference. You understand that? Let's go to Taylor County Jail just for a second here. See what we got there.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
That should be Kern Cost, Your Honor.
This is Jamie Hoffman.
Yeah, I think we got more than one here.
Right, Hoffman.
Jamie Lee Hoffman, yeah.
Cumberland, Kentucky versus Jamie Lee Hoffman, 21 CR 00082. Are you Jamie Lee Hoffman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. The last four digits, social security number 5774.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You born in 1983?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here for today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. You're represented by Ms. Costello, Office of Public Advocacy. The grand jury of Cumberland County returned an indictment charging you with receiving stolen property, possession of controlled substance, first degree, and drug paraphernalia and possession of marijuana. Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, enter a plea of not guilty, waive formal reading and arraignment, preserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. So I'm going to enter a reciprocal discovery order, give the Commonwealth will send you all the information they have about your case. We'll set you up for July the 16th to have a meeting concerning your negotiations with the Commonwealth. And then on the 29th of July, you'll be back in court to see if he's entered a plea. What is her bond situation?
Judge, bond for this case is $25,000 cash, but she is a state inmate and has several other county holders as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Commonwealth versus Carrie Cost. Commonwealth versus Kern Cost.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll get it. Yes, you're done. Just have a seat back right here. Her.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Kern Cost, 21 CR 0005. Are you Kern Cost? Are you Kern Cost?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1998?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 4693.
One more time.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
4693.
Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, Your Honor, we're very close on a resolution on Mr. Cost's case. He has a probation violation out of Warren County. So we are working on clearing that up for him, but I believe his case will be resolved for probation and treatment. Mr. Stockton was agreeable for him to go to long-term treatment. We just have to make sure the other counties are agreeable to that. We've already resolved or worked out Taylor County with that. Now we're working on Warren. If we could have this reset one time.
July the 29th. Do you need him there on the 16th, Mr. Stockton?
Ms. Costello can communicate with me on the 16th. If we've got an agreement, we'll do the paperwork and she can get it to him.
Yes.
On the 29th.
Yes.
Okay, the next one is Anthony Gilbert. Anthony Gilbert.
Reset your dates. They're trying to work it out. Mr. Phil is working on that. Anthony? And 16.
Commonwealth versus Anthony Gilbert, 21 CR 0032. Are you Anthony Gilbert?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you born in 1992?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits of your social security number 2649.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're here today for a pretrial conference. Have y'all reached an agreement of any kind?
No, Your Honor, there's also two arraignments that need to be, he needs to be arraigned on two other felony cases.
So you have 21 CR 0085 and 21 CR 0086. You've identified yourself, so I'm going to go ahead and arraign you on these additional charges. You have a right to remain silent. I advise you to take advantage of that right, because anything you say could be used against you. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with fleeing or evading first degree, fleeing, evading in a motor vehicle, fleeing or evading second degree on foot, failure to have a proper signals, no tail lights, disregarding a stop sign, reckless driving, speeding 26 miles over, being a persistent felony offender, first degree, 2 counts. And in 0086, receiving stolen property, burglary, and being a persistent felony offender, 2 counts. You understand those charges? You understand those charges, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll sit you to come for negotiations on the 16th of July and to be court on the 29th of July.
Who do we need to send the discovery to on these two new arraignments?
Stanziano, are you his attorney?
I have not been given to, they've not been given to me by DPA yet, no. I just have a CR 32 at this point from the DPA.
Your Honor, I will make sure that I thought all cases had already been handed over. I will make sure that that is corrected at the office.
Well, will you stand in for the purpose of arraignment, Ms. Costello?
Okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Or Ms. Stanziano, you can stand in for the purpose of arraignment.
Yes, sir. That's fine.
Okay.
And I would enter a not guilty plea on Mr. Gilbert's behalf, Judge.
And reserve all pretrial motions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have anything else in Taylor County? Is that it? Taylor County, correct? Vote.
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's all we have.
Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah. Okay. Clinton County Jail on the line. How about the Russell County Jail? Russell County too. Clinton there? Okay.
Clinton County Jail here.
Hey, Clinton County, come on, please. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Rocky Allen Masciano. Are you Rocky Allen Masciano?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You're represented by Office of Public Advocacy, is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Costello,
Yes,
you represent him? Ms. Costello?
Yes, Your Honor, I represented him in district court.
You have a right to remain silent. Trooper Scott, will you turn your camera off just for a second until we call your case? Thank you so much. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, operating under the influence, failure to give right of way to emergency vehicle, reckless driving and speeding over 26 miles an hour. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll set a meeting up on July 16th in this case, and the next court date will be July 29th. What's the bond situation here?
Judge, on this case is $25,000 cash with an ankle bracelet, but he's also got a Clinton County Circuit case holding him as well, and it's got a $15,000 surety on that case.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor, we would ask the court to consider the surety bond standing for both cases if the court would consider that.
I'm not going to consider it without more information. I don't know anything about the case. You can talk to Mr. Stockton about that. I set the bond as it was because I think he was charged while he was out on bond. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, the next case is, I guess we're going to the Russell County Jail. The Russell County Jail. Russell County, are you on? Okay. Mr. Poindexter, while we get Russell County on, Commonwealth, Kentucky versus David Powell. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus David M. Powell, 21 CR 0006. Are you David Powell? You got to speak up a little. Okay. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. You were born in 1963. What are the last four digits of your social security number? Okay, do you have a physical problem that you can't speak louder than that? Okay. Okay, the grand jury of Cumberland County has charged you with attempted arson first degree and terroristic threat in third degree. Do you understand those charges? Okay. Mr. Poindexter, you represent him. Do you acknowledge his identity, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Are there any complaints about Mr. Powell's bond? Doesn't appear to be. Mr. Powell, you appear here to the Justice Center on the 16th of July for the purpose of negotiation on your case, and you'll be back in front of the court on the 29th to announce if you've reached an agreement. If you haven't, we'll set you a trial date. Okay. The next case is Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Stephen Peter Tennant. Stephen Peter Tennant. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Stephen Peter Tennant, 21 CR 0027. Are you Stephen Tennant, rather? Were you born in 1973? What are the last four digits of your social security number? Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by Mr. Poindexter. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of a controlled substance, methamphetamine, resisting arrest, and possession of marijuana. Do you understand those charges? Mr. Poindexter, you acknowledge the identity of your client,
I do, Your Honor.
waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Tennant, you need to be back here on July the 16th for negotiations with the Commonwealth, and then your next court date is on the July 29th. If you reach an agreement, you can enter, we'll take a plea that day. If not, we'll set you a trial date, okay? Have there been any complaints about Mr. Tennant's bond conditions?
No,
Should
no.
be consistent with the same bonds, okay? Commonwealth of Kentucky versus James C. Turner. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus James C. Turner, 21 CR 0022. Are you James C. Turner? Okay. What's your year of birth? Or the last 4 digits, social security number? Okay. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with several crimes. You're represented today by Mr. Poindexter. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury is charged you with possession of controlled substance, methamphetamine, drug paraphernalia, operating motor vehicle under the influence, failure of owner to maintain required insurance, license to be in possession, careless driving. You understand those charges? Okay. Mr. Poindexter, you acknowledge the receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. You'll be here on the 16th for negotiations and on the 29th to either enter plea or set a jury trial, okay? Okay. No complaints about Mr. Turner's bonds, is that right? Okay. Okay, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jim Anthony Webb. Jim Anthony Webb. Are you Jim Anthony Webb, born in 1987? Last 4 digits, social security number 8935. Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment, represented by Mr. Poindexter, have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with convicted felon in possession of a handgun, 2 counts, wanton endangerment, 1st degree, fleeing or evading police, fleeing or evading police, 1st degree, possession of controlled substance, 1st degree, receiving stolen property, 2 counts, enhanced traffic, marijuana, drug paraphernalia, operating under influence, license, being in possession, speeding 16 over, reckless driving, disregarding a stop sign, 2 counts, no brake lights, and failure to wear a seatbelt. Do you understand those charges? Mr. Poindexter, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receiving indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty.
I do, Your Honor.
Reserving all pretrial motions. Now, what is Mr. Webb's bond?
Judge, looked like he posted a 25, it was set at $25,000 cash for class property with ankle monitor.
Do you have the ankle monitor on? Okay. Which did
And
you
we
get
need
the
a-
property? Go ahead. Ben.
We need a good contact number for him, Judge. We don't have a good contact number for him in our system. If we could provide one.
Okay. 406
My piece of-
80. What area code is that? 270. Did you get that, Ben?
Somebody else was talking on me. I didn't get the last 4. It's 270.
Well, wait, let me just give the pretrial number. He'll call you. I don't really want to repeat his number on.
Okay.
Okay, what's your number?
He can call us at 502 694
Okay.
3589. He just needs to call out here in a minute and check in and then be set up on calling.
Yeah, you do that as soon as you can, Mr. Poindexter. Give me that number, okay? I'm not going, until I know more about it with these charges, fleeing, evading, and these weapons charges. He's lucky he's out at all. Okay, so I'm not saying you did these things. I'm just saying it concerns me anytime when you have a convicted felon with a handgun. Okay. Okay, that With your case, Mr. Wonder? Okay, make sure he makes that call there. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, is Russell County Jail on yet? Okay, if not, we'll go to the Adair County Jail.
In your honor, when we get them on, can we take up Jason Lee Smith and probably toward the front of the cases sometime?
Well, they've sent us a list and order, and when they get on there, I'll ask them if they can do that.
Okay.
They're having trouble moving people. You got a witness, and that's what you got.
It's Trooper Scott, but if we need to wait.
No, if you got a witness, we'll see. Okay,
Your Honor,
Derek.
Yes.
Derek, who was it, Mr. Stockton, that you want again?
Jason Smith.
We'll need Jason Smith brought up next. That's a little bit out of order, but this is Isaac Dalton, and while you're getting Jason Smith, we'll do Isaac Dalton, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Isaac Dalton, 21 CR 0034. Are you Isaac Dalton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today. You were born in 1988.
Yes, sir.
Last four motions, the last four numbers of your social security, please.
38.
3833.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're here today on a motion to revoke bond. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your honor, it's attached to my bond. Mr. Dalton evidently had a domestic violence incident with Jessica Dalton, where she alleged that he punched her and kicked her and pulled her hair. And then there was an EPO entered with no with contact only. And all this happened while he was on bond. I think it happened May 10th or something. I'd have to have the file.
Yeah, Your Honor, that happened while he was on his district court bond. He had not been arraigned in circuit court at that time. I believe his circuit court bond was set, so and he has been unable to post that since.
What is the bond here?
Judge is 25,000 cash only.
Yeah. I don't think there'll be a problem there. Just add an ankle bracelet to that. There's no reason to revoke then.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see.
Do you want to schedule Mr. Dalton for a pretrial?
Yeah, let's get him on July 16th for negotiation and the 29th for a trial. Is it Jacob Scott? Is that who we were sending after?
Jason Smith.
Jason Smith. Okay. Is Jason Smith there?
They haven't got him yet, Your Honor, but I've got
Jonathan Dyer, Commonwealth versus Jonathan Dyer, 21 CR 0004. Are you Jonathan Dyer?
Yes.
Okay. Were you born in 1983?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Last four digits, social security number 5564.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for a pretrial conference. Has there been any resolution to this case? Your representative?
No, Your Honor, this is a bigger case. Mr. Stockton and I have had some negotiations on it. To set this for the 16th to see where we stand on it.
This is a manslaughter case and operating under the influence of two PFOs to be scheduled for negotiation on this July 16th, and the next pretrial date's the 29th. We don't have a plea by then. We'll enter a trial date, and I would assume this will get priority. Is that right, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Next case is Commonwealth Kentucky versus Contessa Gore.
That's my case, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I've got Jason Smith here.
Okay, is that Mr. Smith in front of us, or is that Mr. Gore?
That's Mr. Smith.
Yes. I can't see there. Okay. Okay, Mr. Smith will do you. Okay. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Jason Smith, which is 19 CR 0083. Are you Jason Lee Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 4512,
Yes, Your Honor.
born in 1981.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is a motion to revoke. Mr. Stockton, what do you have?
Your Honor, Mr. Smith has a 3-year sentence for possession, a 5-year sentence for burglary. Third, he's been on probation, looks like since March 24th of 2020. And he has a new arrest that I'd like for Mr. Levi Trooper Scott to testify about.
Okay, Trooper Scott, you're with us there. Will you raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Mr. Smith, you see your attorney Samantha Costello there. Wave at him, Ms. Costello. Okay, proceed, Mr. Stockton.
Trooper Scott, did you have an encounter with Mr. Smith on May the 15th, 2021? I didn't hear you. You either need to speak up or you're muted or something. Could you repeat your answer?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Now I can't.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, did you have an encounter with Mr. Smith on May the 15th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I did.
Hey, can you tell the court what happened on that day?
Yes, sir. Actually, I have documented May the 14th at around 11:15 p.m.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks for the correction. Go ahead, please.
On Friday, May the 14th, around 11:15 p.m., myself, other KSB troopers from Post 15, as well as Deputy Watson from the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office, were conducting a safety road check detail at the junction of South Highway 61 and Kentucky Highway 953. While we were checking motorists for sobriety, equipment violations, and things of that manner, I made contact with Mr. Jason Smith, who was operating a 2008 beige Nissan Maxima. I spoke with Mr. Smith briefly, and at that time, I began to suspect that he possibly was under the influence of some sort of drug. At that point, I asked him to step out of the vehicle, and I conducted standardized field sobriety tests on Mr. Smith. At the conclusion of those tests, I came to the determination that I believed he was under the influence of drugs and placed him under arrest for DUI. I also asked for consent to search Mr. Smith's vehicle, and he did give me voluntary consent. As I was searching the vehicle in the center console area of the front seat, I was able to locate 2 glass meth pipes that had burn residue, as well as 2 small plastic baggies that contained a small amount of what I believe to be methamphetamine. Mr. Smith was then Mirandized and questioned about what I had located in the vehicle, and he did voluntarily tell me that the contents of those bags was methamphetamine, and that he had smoked it earlier. He would tell us later on that he had smoked it, I think, earlier in that evening, possibly while he was at work. But I did transport him to the ER in Cumberland County and read him implied consent. He did voluntarily submit to a blood test, and that is pending. I've sent the methamphetamine, or the suspected methamphetamine, to the KSP lab for analysis, and I'm still waiting on the results of that. He was then transported to Dare County.
What was your preliminary analysis as far as the weight of the methamphetamine?
I would say speculate that it was around 2 grams.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Costello, you wish to ask anything?
Just Trooper, Mr. Smith was cooperative with you during this investigation?
Yes, ma'am. He was very cooperative.
And he followed your commands?
Absolutely.
And you do not have, and he did submit to a blood test, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't have the results of that blood test back yet?
No, ma'am. They're still pending.
And you don't have any test results back on the suspected methamphetamine, correct?
As of this morning, no, ma'am. I checked earlier.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I have one other question, Your Honor. Was there anyone else in the vehicle with Mr. Smith?
No, sir, he was by himself.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
Like to be heard, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Smith was on probation. I guess either luckily for the Commonwealth and its citizens or unluckily for Mr. Smith, he was caught at this roadblock and he was under the influence and he admitted to having meth, and it wasn't just a residue case. According to the trooper, there's probably 2 grams of meth there, and he was on probation. So I just asked that he be revoked.
Ms. Costello?
Your Honor, Mr. Smith has had no other violations prior to this on probation. We would ask the court to consider a referral to the social services clinician with probation and parole. We don't have a blood test back. We don't have a test result back on the suspected methamphetamine. Mr. Smith was very cooperative with the officer that evening. He may have a problem, and a referral to the social services clinician would reveal if he does have a problem, Your Honor. And he could follow any treatment recommendations that she may have, or possibly a referral to drug court. While Mr. Smith's last case was before this court, Your Honor, he never had a bond violation. He reported to court as he was ordered. So we would just ask the court to give him one more opportunity.
Well, the possession concerns me, obviously, but the driving under the influence while you're out on bond is very concerning to me. I'm going to take the case under advisement until we get the blood test back, until we get the test for the substance back. I don't think any additional testimony will be necessary if both and unless the defense counsel wants to take some objection to the test, either one of the tests. It appears to me that they were consent tests and they were both properly done, unless you want to challenge whether or not this gentleman gave consent to search. And I don't believe you're going to be successful challenging that. Scott was pretty clear. The trooper was pretty clear on that. So, okay. So as soon as we get those tests back, Mr. Trooper Scott, if you will make sure that the Commonwealth receives a copy, Mr. Stockton will forward it to defense counsel. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, I guess we go back to the Adair Contessa Gore. GLC client, will you turn your camera off until your case is called? What case are you involved in? Okay, thank you very much.
While they're getting Contessa Gore, I have Michael Harris and Chris Huckabee sitting here.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Michael Harris, 21 CR 0021. Are you Michael Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you born in 1957?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last 4 digits, your social security number, or what?
5785.
Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference. You're represented by Ms. Costello. Wave there, Ms. Costello, so you can see you. Have y'all reached an accord on this thing?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Harris has a co-defendant, Jason Bailey, who is on for arraignment today. So I was going to ask the court to reset this so that we could see if there's a potential conflict or if they can both be resolved.
Well, I can go ahead and do that, but we'll set it for the 16th of July as far as negotiations, and the 29th of July, the next court appearance. I don't think we have to wait till arraignment for you to determine whether or not there's a conflict or not. You can talk to the client, but if you want one continuance for negotiation, that's fine.
Yes,
okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Y'all have Contessa Gore yet?
Your Honor, they getting her. Here's Chris Huckabee.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Chris Huckabee, 14 CR 0015.
Your Honor, this is, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Are you Chris Huckabee?
Yes,
What's your year of birth?
5/23/72,
Last four digits of your social security number.
5031.
Okay, we're here on a second motion to revoke shock probation. You're represented by Ms. Costello. You wave, Ms. Costello, so we can see you there. Okay, what do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, this case was on last month and you continued it this month. Mr. Hucklebee's on shock. He has a 5-year sentence. He owes $11,518.97. And he hadn't paid on the child support since last month. November the 29th, 2018. No, I'm sorry, November 7th, 2018. Or the 29th, he paid $26. And he owes $11,500, and we had to extradite him from Indiana when he was in prison up there. So that's how he's here before the court.
Okay, Mr. Costello, do you want to take any proof from your client?
Your Honor, I think we had reset it for Mr. Hucklebee's family to see what type of payment could be made. I don't know if he has reached an agreement with them. That's what we had reset it for today. Mr. Huckabee, can you advise the court as to the?
You raise your right hand, Mr. Huckabee. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Huckabee, have you devised a plan for repayment of your child support in this?
Yes, I have a tax return from a prior year that I just recently filed, which is $1,800. I can pay that on it. It'll be offset for child support. And then I had to sign power of attorney to my ex-wife to ever file it. And H&R Block says it should trigger my stimulus, which that'll be paid on it as well. And that's what I could come up with.
Your Honor, we would ask the court to allow him to be released so that he could get that done and not have to do a power of attorney. And he would sign go ahead and sign an extradition because I know he does reside in Indiana. If the court would allow that.
Mr. Stockton, you want to inquire as to his ability to pay and why he hasn't paid?
Can, Your Honor. How long were you in prison in Indiana, Mr. Huckabee?
21 months.
So when did you, so you were there from about what time? When did you begin your sentence?
2019.
Okay. Was that around November, the end of 19?
Yes.
And what was that charge you served on?
It's a theft.
Theft.
Yes.
And when did that crime occur?
March of 2019.
Were you working during that time?
No, I was off on doctor's orders because I had a prior heart attack.
Well, where were you getting the money at to pay the child support in 2019?
I was picking up scrap metal, and that's how I got the theft charge. I bought some scrap metal from a guy, and when I went to pick it up, there was no one there, and I picked it up, and then come to find out it wasn't his, and the landowner filed charges. Okay.
So I guess I misstated. Your last payment was November 29th of 2018. So really, after 2018, until you went for about a year, you didn't pay any child support until you went to prison in November of 19. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And what was your last public job that you had?
Iron Workers Union.
And when did you cease working for them?
we got some, we got some audio problems here. I don't know what it is. There's a distortion. Could you say something now, Mr. Stockton?
Can you hear me now, Your Honor?
There's a bad distortion here. I don't
Yeah,
know
I'm
what it
having the
is.
same problem hearing you.
Yeah. Just trying to see if there's anybody hooked up that shouldn't be, that maybe has an open mic or something.
Trevor Cash is not showing that he's muted.
He's not connected to audio.
Okay.
Well, we've never had this issue here as far as this feedback thing, but it's happening both when the Ms. Costello, would you say something?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, that's clear. Mr. Stockton,
Can you hear me okay now?
it's better. Go ahead. Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
So, Mr. Huckabee, if you did go back, are you still employed with the Iron Workers Union? If you
Yes, my brother was in contact with them with the Union Hall, and I have a disability case filed, but my attorneys that's representing me on that has got it on hold while this is going on. But the Union Hall said that they could give me light duty back at my union job, iron worker job.
Are you able to go to light duty health wise?
Yes.
Okay. If you got that job back, could you do a wage assignment on the child?
Yes, sir, I could.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to be heard on anything else, Ms. Costello, about this?
Your Honor, I would just ask the court to release Mr. Huckabee. He can return.
Here's the thing about it, is he had to be extradited. And I've heard no testimony as to his, except for the time period he was incarcerated, about his inability to pay. Mr. Stockton gave him every opportunity to talk about that. There was a period when he wasn't incarcerated, that he just paid a minuscule amount of money. Wasn't that the testimony, Mr. Stockton?
Yeah, there was about a year from November of 18 till November or December 19. He didn't pay anything.
So I want this individual to tell us that why it is that he wasn't able to pay that, and is he able to pay that now?
Your Honor, I had a second heart attack, and I was off work. I had to have a defibrillator implanted in my chest, and the doctor had me off work. Had me on no work at all. That's when I filed for the disability case.
Okay, do you have disability now?
I have no, it's pending, Your Honor.
Okay, were you working when you were picked up on this?
Yes. No, I was I was trying to pick up scrap metal for myself and just trying to make ends meet. And then, but I wasn't the doctor hadn't released me to go back to work.
Your Honor, he did testify that he could have a job back through his brother at his iron union job. They can put him on light duty, and he would enter into a wage.
What I don't understand, Ms. Costello, is why hasn't he been doing? Well, why wasn't he already doing that if he could do it? the question is, he's testified that he's able to work. Now, you know, if it was light duty, I mean, a lot of people work light duty their whole life. I don't know what the deal is. He's got $11,000 here, and we had to extradite him. And this, we don't run a debtor's prison here, but you know, if a person has a capacity to pay, which he evidently does have some capacity to pay, and he's not paying anything. There's a great expense on having to go up there and have him brought back down here and
That's what shit happens upstairs too.
Your Honor, I would suggest that he stay in jail, a pen be placed on him. He get his tax return back and his stimulus money, and that go toward the child support and possibly the extradition fee, and then we could look at it again. Otherwise, I don't think we have any choice but to revoke him.
Okay. When are they going? When did H&R Block tell you that they were going that you would get your money? Did they tell you?
They didn't say it. It had to be a paper return because she sent the form to me and I had to sign it. And then
so you signed it and sent it back already?
Yes, on the 8th.
Okay, well, I'm going to hold an abeyance. I'm not going to revoke you today. Okay, I'm going to hold it in abeyance. You keep your attorney informed about your tax return, and you were evidently talking about some kind of COVID money. Is that what you're talking about that kicked in then? So you keep her informed about that. She'll keep Mr. Stockton. If they sign an agreed order, I'll let you out.
Okay.
Okay. If you satisfy that you're making some effort, but you're going to have to continue because this will not go away. It's like a hair and a biscuit, man. It's going to be there. You understand what I'm saying? Okay.
Yes,
okay. Next case then. We have Contessa Gore up there yet?
Come on, ladies. Sit right here. Yeah, right here. Where's my lawyer to?
Commonwealth Kentucky versus Contessa M. Gore. Are you Contessa Gore?
Yep.
Okay, were you born in 1996?
Yes.
Okay, and last four digits, social security number is 0494, correct? Okay. We're here for a pre-trial conference. What about it, Mr. Stockton?
I've made a series of different offers to Mr. Dehart. I don't know if any of them's acceptable or not.
He has, Judge. We've been working on this actually this week, just yesterday. And I believe we're getting relatively close to reaching an agreement. He has extended some offers, and I've talked to Ms. Gore last night, and I have a proposal to extend to Mr. Stockton. We just haven't been able to do that this morning. If we could get one more pretrial on this, Judge, I believe we can get this resolved.
Well, you be here for negotiations on July 16th. And then the next pretrial is July 29th. Okay, thank you very much. Don't wait to the same day.
Thank you, Judge.
You understand what I'm saying? Why don't you try to work
Yes,
on it a little long. That's 21
Yes,
CR 003, 20 CR 0048, 20 CR 0052. All of those, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Patricia Harden. Would this be docketed on another name? I do not have.
Under a Patricia rule, Your Honor, RHULE, maybe that's why we had to find our file.
is. I found it. It's under Hardin on here, Mr. Stockton.
Oh, okay.
Just fold it up. 21 CR 0033. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Patricia Sue Hardin, pretrial conference. Who's your attorney, Ms. Hardin?
David Cross. David Cross.
Yeah, I don't.
Your Honor, can you hear me on Mr. Cross?
Wait just a second. Okay. Mr. Cross is evidently informed that he has a conflict. He called this morning. Hold on. Just continue her case to July the 29th, have a conference day on July 16th. Jennifer Key. I'm going to put this. Jennifer Key, 20 CR 0029. Are you Jennifer Key?
Yes, sir. What do you mean on that?
You born in 1978?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3995.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here today on a motion to revoke. You're represented by Ms. Costello. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Ms. Key has two cases. Both of them are possession of controlled substance, first degree. She had a sentence of 2 years, 6 months on each for a total of 5 years. Ms. Key, I think, has at some point in time been a resident of Tennessee. Mr. Garner can't get her probation transferred and she wouldn't report to him. I've got him prepared to testify.
20 CR 0028 is the other case.
20 CR 0029.
And 28.
And 28, yes.
They were just weren't put in the proper numerical order on the docket. So it's okay. Well, you want to call your witness?
Yes, Jeremy Garner.
Mr. Garner, Officer Garner, you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, except the God.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You state your name and with whom you're employed in what capacity.
It's Officer Jeremy Garner, Department of Correction, Division of Probation and Parole.
Okay.
Officer Garner, when did you attempt to start supervising Ms. Key?
I began supervising her November 19th of 20.
Okay. And was she a resident of Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
To be. And what did you attempt to do?
On November 24th of 20, I initiated a transfer through Interstate Compact for Jennifer Key, a resident of Tennessee, to be transferred. I was notified during the investigation by Tennessee that they rejected the plan based off the living conditions and that she had fresh track marks on her arm. When I made contact with her, she did admit that she was using. When I tried after
Tennessee rejected that request, did you have any more contact with Ms. Key?
Let's see here. No, she failed to make herself available. I made a contact with her one time after the Interstate Compact transfer was rejected, where I asked her to come in.
What day was that, Mr. Garner?
I believe it was January 27th.
Okay. And you requested that she come and meet with you?
Yes, sir.
And did she ever have any more contact with you?
No, sir.
And did you obtain a warrant after that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you inquire when you talked to her on January the 27th about any drug use?
Yes, sir.
And what, tell us about that conversation.
When I asked her about the claims that the Tennessee probation office had about the fresh track marks on her arm, she voluntarily admitted to me on the phone that she had been using meth intravenously, and that's what prompted me to ask her to come in so I could conduct a drug test.
Okay. I have no further questions, Ron.
Mr. Costello, you wish to inquire?
Yes, Officer Garner, did they say why the home placement was not acceptable to them?
Yes, ma'am, they did. They said that this is a direct quote from the interstate compact that the Tennessee probation and parole officer provided. He said, invalid plan of supervision, Officer Bennett arrived at proposed residence. The offender had blood on her hands and fresh track marks on her arms. There are 7 people, 5 adults and 2 children living in the house, with people sleeping on the couch and the floor. Offender is staying in the garage. Residence is overcrowded and not conducive to a successful supervision.
Okay. And when you spoke to her, she volunteered that about her drug use?
Yes, ma'am.
And if she wasn't revoked today, what would your recommendation be as far as any treatment?
I'm never opposed to treatment, but the problem is she's interstate compact. If she's not going to reside in Kentucky, I can't enforce or any supervision on her.
If she's in custody and referred to your social services clinician, could a treatment provider be found in Kentucky since she hasn't been transferred?
We've had issues before with the whole residents of Tennessee getting treatment in Kentucky. I don't foresee her being able to do any RKC programs under those terms of her being a resident. I can always ask the SSC. I'm not an expert at their job, but I can always ask.
I understand. Nothing further, Your Honor, for Mr. Garner.
Your Honor, I think under the circumstances, it might be proper to revoke her and then this issue on shock. And if she can't get treatment through probation, Ms. Costello might be able to find her somewhere in the state. Then she might the SAP program is revoked too. She might not need to be shocked. So I don't know. But something needs to be done. Otherwise, I don't think Ms. Key is going to be long for the world.
Your Honor, we would ask the court.
Does Ms. Key want to say anything?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Ms. Costello. I didn't report and to turn myself in because I've been clean since the end of March. Before that, I really hadn't comprehended the severity of the legal trouble I've been in because I've not really been in trouble. And I was just terrified. I was so terrified. And that's why I didn't turn myself in. And I'm sorry for that. I'm glad that I'm here taking care of it now. I have since the beginning of April, I have been living at a place where the lady is 79 years old, and for room and board, I take care of her. Like, she doesn't have to have a lot of treatment, but taking care of, but she has to have someone with her. And so I do have an actual legal address in Tennessee now where I get mail that I would be able, where it's just me and her living there, that would be conducive to me being able to pass another transfer, if that would be possible. If not, I would really very much appreciate a long-term treatment program. I have been clean for a while. I can pass a hair follicle.
Well, the only charges it appears that this lady has are directly related to drug abuse and any other charges. Obviously, she's a drug addict, and the question is how long would it take to get her brain cleared up. I think, Mr. Stockton, that the court will take judicial notice. Sometimes it takes a couple of years for their brain disorder to get back to where it was. I really, I mean, I could take the interest, Ms. Key, that you're on your own, send you back down there to Tennessee or that sort of thing. But you're coming out with IV use, blood on you, that sort of thing. And I know you probably, I have no reason to believe you're not well intended saying you can do it, but I don't think you can handle it without some long-term treatment. Mr. Stockton, I'm not so sure that if I revoked her that she wouldn't get out sooner than if we put her in a long-term treatment. You know what I mean? With the charges that she has. Is there a 6 month or a 9 month treatment available for her? Ms. Costello, do you have anything?
Your Honor, my office has had some success placing in both the ARC and with Miss Bethany and out of Washington County. She has one.
The ARC thing would be acceptable. Would that be acceptable to you, Mr. Stockton? The
Yes.
ARC? Okay, I'm going to continue this case to the 29th, and I'll sign an agreed order that if you can convince Mr. Stockton where she's going to go is will be a treatment place and not just a warehouse where she might get in deeper trouble than they are. We've got some of these providers now that just aren't going to be acceptable to court anymore. I've had about enough of some of them. You know,
I understand, Your Honor. I do.
Okay, there's some cottage industry come up, so we'll hold her right now. If we can, I don't know if we can put a pin on her, and we'll hold her. And if we get an agreed order, I'll do something. Okay, thank you.
Jennifer, I'll be in contact with you, and you'll probably hear from Missy Harvey fairly quickly. Okay.
Thank you guys so very much. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Stockton. Thank you, Sam.
Okay. You got Lance Humphrey next one up on the jail docket in Adair County.
Yes, sir.
Are you Lance Humphrey?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1962?
No way. No, sir. I'm sorry.
No, I think his birth date's wrong on there, Your Honor.
When were you born?
96, Your Honor. 96, Your Honor.
Well, I thought you'd be on the youth kick there. I didn't know. What are the last 4 digits of your Social Security?
What, Your Honor?
Last 4 digits of your Social Security number.
5319.
Okay. The grand jury, I mean, you're here on a motion to revoke you probation on multiple charges, including assault on a police officer, wanton endangerment, carrying concealed weapon on multiple charges, resisting arrest, that sort of thing. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
This is a pretrial conference, Your Honor.
It says motion to revoke on the docket, so.
Yeah, I think that's an error.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, have y'all worked anything else on this?
We've had some discussions. So I don't know where we are though.
Yeah, we have an agreement. I sent his paperwork to the jail this morning. I don't know if they've sent it back to the clerk's office yet.
I have it in my hand right now. It was faxed, deputy just said here.
I think it may just need my signature when it comes in, Your Honor.
I understand that you wish to enter a plea then. Is that correct, Mr. Rigsby? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me, I said Rigsby. I was looking at the next one. Mr. Humphrey. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you presently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. You have a right not to testify against yourself. You have a right to legal counsel in all areas. You have a right to require the Commonwealth proof on a reasonable doubt. that you are guilty on the charges. You have a right to cross-examine all witnesses, a right to subpoena witnesses, and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. If we're going to listen to the offer of the Commonwealth here. Will this be a pretrial diversion, or it will be a felony plea?
Felony plea, Your Honor.
Felony. Okay. I will, before I accept this agreement, if you reach an agreement, I'll have a pre-sentence investigation for the demo probation role. If you enter this plea, I can sentence you to any amount that's allowed by law. So if I sentence you to more than the agreement, you'll have to agree to that, or you can withdraw your plea and stand and have a jury trial. Do you understand that? I want you to listen.
I was listening, but I just didn't get that part there. You said, what is this unlimited? I didn't understand that.
Yeah, I can sentence you to any amount of law, any amount of sentence that is allowed by law once you plead. But if I sentence you to any more than you've agreed to, you can withdraw your plea. In other words, you won't get any more than you've agreed to.
Okay, that makes sense.
But if I sentence you to any more than you've agreed to, you'll have another bite at the apple and say, well, that's okay, or I want a trial. Okay, you understand that?
Yeah, I understood it.
Okay, now you listen to what Mr. Stockton has to say here.
Your Honor, Mr. Humphrey would plead guilty to assault third, 2 counts. He'd receive 3 years on each charge to run concurrently for a total of 3 years. He'd also plead guilty to burglary 3rd degree, receive a sentence of 3 years. The remaining charges would be dismissed. The 2 3-year sentences are to run consecutively for a total of 6 years. He's to serve 180 days, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. He agrees to a mental health assessment through probation parole, will agree to follow all recommendations. And for some reason, we omitted this in the paperwork, and I would ask it be added in. He'd also be assessed by the Social Services Commission and follow all recommendations. And
is that what? Go ahead.
Maintain gainful employment. And I would say on the assault third, the reason that's being probated is Mr. Humphrey attempted to kick the officers, but he was unsuccessful. So that's the reason I'm agreeing to probation.
Look, Your Honor, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I never did assault that officer, but I will plead to this to get out of jail. I didn't kick him or nothing. I was handcuffed behind my back after getting pepper sprayed, and I come back to, and I was in the snow there.
Mr. Humphrey, that's what Mr. Stockton just said, that the kick, it wasn't an actual kick. That's why he's agreeing to be probated. It was just the attempt.
Okay, well, I'll set this. We'll set you a trial date then, because I'm not going to.
No.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
The thing about it is, I'm not going to take a plea anything you sit here and tell me you didn't do. I mean, what they've done is give you this offer. Now, do you want to accept this offer or not?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. If you accept this offer and I agree to it, if you have any felonies in the future, you'd be subject to persistent felony offender law. In other words, these could be used against you to enhance your sentences. You understand that?
I understand that.
Okay, I'm going to accept the plea, order a pre-sentence investigation for it, and schedule the sentencing on July 29th. What are the potential court costs in this case? Okay, the potential court costs are going to be $225, but when we get to that point, I'll give you some time to pay that, because I know you've been incarcerated for a while and probably our financial situation. So you will appear here on July the 29th. Okay, thank you very much.
Hey, what about a bond hearing, Your Honor? I didn't agree to this, correct?
Okay, you need to go on out.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You entered a plea. Okay.
All righty, thank you.
Billy Joe Isabel. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Billy Joe Isabel. Is that how you say your name, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is 20 CR 0016. We're here today for a pretrial conference. Were you born in 1978, sir?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 0985.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you all reached an agreement on this case?
Your Honor, the last time that I spoke to Mr. Isbell, he had indicated he was hiring private counsel. I didn't know if he had private counsel.
No, sir, I'm not been able to. Can I just take the deal that was offered last time?
Can we reset for the 16th, Your Honor, then?
Well, where's the paperwork at, Ms.
But
Costello?
we've not done any because she thought he was going to hire private counsel. He didn't show up in the court. She's not had any contact with him. So it's hard to do an agreement in those circumstances.
Okay, well, you appear for negotiation on the 16th, and we'll let you enter a plea on the 29th. Okay?
Can I get out or bond reduction or something? I gotta go to work.
The reason you're in is you failed to appear previously.
Yes.
So you can talk to Mr. Stockton, Ms. Costello, and if he would wants to agree to some bond, he would not score well on the bond risk assessment now because of FTA. So right now it's scheduled for negotiation on the 16th and enter a plea on the 29th. Okay, thank you very much. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus where we at now? Christian Jones?
Zachary James.
Zachary James, okay.
It's fine.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Zachary Allen James, 21 CR 00070. Are you Zachary Allen James?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1993?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 4195.
No, sir.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
8419.
Okay, we'll have to take a look at that. It's on the docket, wrong. You're today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. Are you represented by counsel? It looks like in district court you had Coleman Hurt. Is that correct?
Your Honor, Mr. Hurt was appointed through our office as conflict counsel, so we'll stand in for arraignment and then send the contract over to Mr. Hurt.
Okay.
Or someone else. I'm not sure how that works.
The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you possession of controlled substance, first degree, first offense, methamphetamine, and drug paraphernalia. You understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge the identity of your client? Waive formal receipt indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, preserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll set this gentleman for the 16th for negotiation, 16th of July and the 29th for his next court appearance. What's this gentleman's bond situation?
Judge, it's a $25,000 property bond with a home incarceration bracelet, and of course, your normal lockdown conditions.
Okay, what were the problems that caused it to be set at that level?
I'm a looking judge. I don't see anything right off. Of course,
any FTAs or previous convictions or anything?
Yeah, he does have one previous FTA in the last 2 years and one older than two, so it could have been it.
Yeah. Where was that FTA?
Adair County.
Okay. What do you say, Mr. Stockton?
Is he a Kentucky resident?
Yes.
Where do you live, Mr. James?
Columbia, Kentucky.
Okay.
Adair
Were you
County.
working when you picked up? Were you working when you were picked up?
No, but I do have a job.
Okay. Where is your job?
I work with my stepfather.
Okay. That's where you work. What do you do? What is your job?
We do odd jobs, construction,
stuff like that.
Okay. What was the FTA in pretrial, Ben?
Looked like it was on a circuit case for Adair County, was one of them.
He's got more than one FTA?
Yeah, just one within the last 2 years and one over the 2 years.
Well, Mr. Stockton, if you want to look into this case with Ms. Costello and see if y'all can agree to a bond, seems like if he can prove that he's got a job somewhere, he might be subject to bond charges of possession.
Stepfather may want to sign a surety for it. If he does, I might have look at that.
I think.
Yeah. Yeah. What's the bond now? Go ahead.
I believe that his stepfather would sign a surety bond for him, Your Honor.
$25,000 surety, is that what it was, or cash?
It was property now, Judge.
Property. Well, I'll change that to a surety bond. And what's your stepfather's name?
My stepfather's name is Wayne Baker.
Okay, well.
But my father signed it, Roger James.
Which one of them will sign it? Both of them got property they could sign the bond?
It wouldn't be property, no, sir.
No, I'm just saying, well, either one of them own it. Are they worth $25,000? Do they own their home? Do they own cars? Do they own what?
Yes.
Okay, well, which one of them do you think you're more likely to sign?
Roger James.
Okay, and is he employed?
He's in Columbia, Kentucky. Yes, sir.
Is he employed? Is he employed somewhere? Does he own a home?
No, he doesn't own a home, but he's working.
Yeah. Does he have vehicles?
He doesn't have a vehicle, but my stepfather doesn't own a home or either.
Well, what I'm telling you is you're going to have somebody that has $25,000 worth of property. There's no reason for them to obligate themselves for $25,000 if they don't have $25,000.
Okay.
If you run off. So you'll have to have somebody to sign your bond that's worth at least $25,000 to make sure you appear, because you have failed to appear in the past. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I'll just make it a clerk approved sort of situation, and whoever it is will have to present themselves. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Christian Jones next. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The Commonwealth versus Christian Jones, 21 CR 0066. Okay. Are you Christian Jones?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1975.
Sir.
Okay, the last 4 digits of Social Security number, please.
1157.
Okay.
1157.
That's right. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. Ms. Costello is going to represent you. Is that correct, Ms. Costello?
Your Honor, this was a direct submit, but I have represented Mr. Jones in the past. I believe he still needs his appointment.
Yeah, I'll renew that appointment. Yeah, right. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with theft of unlawful taking over $500, criminal trespass first degree, receiving stolen property under $500, and being a persistent felony offender. Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge Mr. Jones' identity, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What's Mr. Jones's bond situation?
$25,000 surety bond with an ankle bracelet and curfew.
Your Honor, I was going to ask that I done good on the last time I had a $10,000 or $15,000 surety bond, and I went monitor. I followed all the rules and went to every court date and didn't leave the county. until the case was done. And I don't have anybody that has any property like that, but I have somebody that can sign a $10,000 surety bond. Maybe they can't show proof, and I can get a job.
Wait a second. Okay, what were the reasons the bond was set this high, Ben? Do you have FTAs or previous?
It's been a long time, Your Honor.
Wait just a second, sir. Wait just a second. Your name's not Ben, okay? I understand you want out. Just go along with me here. Pre-trial, Ben?
He's already on probation for a Berkeley third there, Judge, in Cumberland County.
No, that's the reason. Okay.
I've done good on that.
Well, I know, but evidently somebody thinks you haven't done good on it or you wouldn't been indicted here. So we'll work that out. Don't say anything about that right now. You show up on the 16th for negotiation and the 29th for your next pretrial. Okay, thank you very much. Terry Reesley.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm so sorry. I think Russell County is on now. Mr. Stevens is going to appear for Brandon Hall, but he has federal court this afternoon. I don't know if the court may be able to accommodate that.
Okay, well, let's switch over to Russell County here.
Brandon Hall.
Commonwealth Kentucky versus Brandon Hall, 21 CR 0026. Are you Brandon Hall?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, Social Security number 3773.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're here today for a pretrial. If y'all reached any agreement, Mr. Robert Stevens, are you standing in on this case?
Robert Stevens, Your Honor, for Brandon Hall. Good morning. I just received discovery, Your Honor, on this case, and I've not had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Stockton regarding it. I would ask if you could set that for another pretrial date.
Okay, what we're going to do is you come for negotiations here at the Cumberland County Justice Center on July 16th, and the next pretrial would be July 29th. And there are two cases, 21 CR 0026 and 21 CR 0054. Is that right, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, but there's also an additional case, Your Honor, that was transferred from Clinton County that should be consolidated with Mr. Hall. I don't know the new case number in Cumberland County.
Okay, well, you should be informed of that, Mr. Stevens, okay?
Yes, Your Honor, one question, because the computer buzzed just as you said it. That's July 16th at 9
a.m. Yeah, and then July the 29th would be the next pretrial.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. And that's it also at 9?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I appreciate
you. Let's be in person. Okay, thank you.
I can be excused, Your Honor.
While we're there at Russell County, we got one other case there. Let's do Kevin Dale Haddix, and that way Russell County will be finished. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Kevin Dale Haddix, 21 CR 0081. Are you Kevin Dale Haddix?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, we're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. Do you have an attorney?
Dave Grauson, attorney.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Trey Wilkerson on behalf of Mr. Cross for the defendant, Kevin Haddix.
Y'all missed a call of a case a while ago that I put over till next month. You realize that, don't you?
I did not, Your Honor. My apologies, but I did not.
Patricia Harden.
Patricia Harden.
Okay.
So Patricia Harden's going to be to negotiate on the 16th and to be here on pretrial on 29th. Mr. Haddix is here for the purpose of arraignment. Mr. Haddix, you have the right to remain silent. The grand jury from Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with first-degree possession of controlled substance, drug unspecified, controlled substance in a prescription not in the original container, in possession of marijuana, operating under the influence, and speeding 26 or over. You understand those charges? You understand those charges, Mr. Haddix?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. What's Mr. Haddix's bond situation?
Judge, on this particular case, it's just a $5,000 surety bond,
Okay,
but it's also got a probation violation holding him as well. He's got a revocation hearing set for next month in Clinton County on another felony.
okay, that'll be fine. We'll have a negotiation on this case on July 16th, and the next pretrial will be on the 29th. Now, Mr. Stockton, does there need to be a combination of these things as you consider the revocation? I would say the cross law office is going to represent him in both of them. So if you want
He is representing him in both cases, Your Honor.
okay, so
Try to work out some kind of global settlement.
okay,
Hey,
if you
Jason,
do-
excuse me, if y'all grant me a few minutes to talk here and I can clear up a lot of things, help y'all a little bit.
Mr. Haddix, I would advise you do not speak right now.
Okay, so it'll be July 9th and the 29th, and if we could do some consolidation by agreed order, we will, okay? Now, is there anything else for us in Russell County today?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Okay.
Thank you.
tell the jailer that, is the jailer in there? No, I can't see
Yeah,
him.
he's right here. He's right here.
Are you a little better satisfied the way I got your cases together there today?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Okay,
it.
y'all have a great day.
All right,
Let's
yes,
go
sir.
back to Adair County. Go back to Adair County. Thank you. Okay, just bring them on up.
Your Honor, I've got Dustin Sutherland right now. It's kind of out of order, but it's him. Hello?
Jennifer fees except for the defendant shall be held in custody until a placement in.
Have them stand across.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I'd say stand across here. Trying to find your file, Miss. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Dustin Sutherland, 21 CR 0035. Are you Dustin Sutherland?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You're here today on a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, we do not have a resolution on this case as of yet. We are working on it. If we could have the 16th for settlement.
16th for discussion and the 29th for another pretrial. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I bet Jennifer did $100 last time.
Now, we're going to go back to Terry Rigsby now. Terry Rigsby.
I'm about to.
Versus Terry Rigsby,
Yes.
19 CR 0062. Mr. Rigsby, what is your year of birth?
62.
Last four digits of your social security number.
I don't know it, but
69, 64 sound right?
yeah, that sounds about right. You already had it.
Okay. Here today on a motion to revoke. Mr. Stockton, what do you have? Your microphone's not on, Mr. Stockton.
My understanding is I didn't see Miss Ford on here earlier this morning. I thought she was going to be out. Is that she's got him assigned to treatment and he was doing okay. If Mr. Ford can correct me if that's incorrect.
I had him assessed by file review and they recommended him to do outpatient treatment.
I have spoken to Mr. Rigsby, Your Honor, and he's agreeable to do that. If the court would allow him that. I think this was his only problem that he has had on probation was this use, and he did admit and was honest with his officer.
Yeah, he's on a possession case. He was taken off supervision. He did fine, and then there was a complaint. He was put in supervision. He had a positive test or admission, and then missed assessed. I believe is what's happened.
Mr. Rigsby, if I go along with this, you believe you can conform your actions, be lawful, peaceful person, and just try to keep this treatment going? You believe you can do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and give you another chance, but if you keep having these issues, I'm going to have to send you up. You understand that, don't you?
I understand that, Judge.
Okay, well, good luck to you. I hope things turn around, sir.
Mr. Rigsby, can you report to the Glasgow office on next Wednesday?
If I get out of here, yeah, next Wednesday.
Yes, thank you.
Well, we'll try to get you out, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Commonwealth versus Jacob Scott. Commonwealth versus Jacob Scott, 21 CR 0015, and Jacob D. Taylor Scott, 17 CR 0013. Are you Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1991.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 5650. Is that correct?
5653.
Yep. Okay. You're here today on a pretrial conference. Mr. Ken Garrett represents you. You're also on 1-3. It's on a motion to revoke probation. Okay, what do you got, Mr. Garrett?
Judge, we have got this case almost resolved. We've got a forfeiture issue we need to further discuss. Mr. Stockton and I would ask the court to just set this over for entry of a plea resolution on the next date.
Okay, let's have it. You need to be there you need him there on the 16th.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd love to see Mr. Garrett at the pretrial.
That'd be fine.
The 16th and the pretrial on 29th, okay? Okay, and I think we've got Mr. Danny Staten.
Yes, Your Honor.
Commonwealth Kentucky versus Danny Staten, 20 CR 0020, 20 CR 0021, and 20 CR 0070. What is it? And 21 CR 0049. We're here on a pretrial conference and but we do have one arraignment. Isn't that right, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor. Has he been arraigned on 21 CR 20?
49 is what I'm looking at.
49, okay. I've got the number wrote down wrong.
20, it looks like he has been arraigned on 21 and on 70. So, Mr. Staten, the grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking a controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, and being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges? Okay, Mr. Garrett, you acknowledge you received an indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, and Mr. Staten's identity.
Yes, Your Honor.
In a plea of not guilty and reserve all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Stockton, do you need them there on the 16th?
Yes, Your Honor. Let's see if we're going to resolve this case or not.
That'll be
okay. Okay. And then, so the next date will be on the 29th. Now, I guess before the 16th, you need to elect, you got a couple, 3 cases here. You'll need to elect which one you're going to go with.
Yeah, if we set a trial on the 29th, I'll be ready to announce to the court which case we're going to try first.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Mr. Garrett?
It is, Your Honor.
Now, do we have anything else at the Adair County Jail?
Yes, Your Honor, we've got one more and they're getting him right now. It's Larry Westrader.
Okay. Yeah, Larry Westrader. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand jury will be right with you. We're moving from jail to jail right now. Okay. I wonder why that TV wouldn't come on. Electricity wouldn't come on. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Larry Westrader, 10 CR 0034. Are you Larry Westrader?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1972?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 6611.
Yes, sir.
We're here today on a motion for show cause. Is what the docket says. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
There was two issues with Mr. Westrader, Your Honor, and the file is so old, I'm having difficulty locating one of them. In 10 CR 34, he owed child support, and that's been paid in full. We've tendered an order to the court, have that dismissed. The other case was he was supposed to report to jail and serve about like 90 days, and he never did report or never served the amount of time, and that was the motion to show cause. And that's an old motion. It's been a long time since I filed.
Well, 34 was actually possession of a handgun, receiving stolen property, 2 PFOs. The
Maybe that's the
flagrant
one.
was 42.
We've got the wrong case number on the case to be dismissed, though. 42 is the one that should be dismissed, the flagrant non-support. In the other case, he owed the time pursuant to my motion, and I don't have any record that he ever served that time.
Ms. Costello, you have anything?
Your Honor, this is an old case and I could not locate the file. I think it has been archived, so we had to request it and it's not come into the office yet. I was not with the department in 2013. So
You don't want to let Mr. Westrader tell why he shouldn't be in jail?
Yes, Your Honor, I would ask the
Raise
court.
your right hand, Mr. Westrader. Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Asbury, will you turn your camera off until your case gets called, please? Thank you. Go ahead and tell us something, Mr. Westrader.
Your Honor, I did the interstate compact on the suspended sentence. I came straight back to Columbia back when this happened, and they faxed Indiana. Indiana sent the paperwork back, and I was transferred to Indiana. In 2015, I violated and went to the Department of Corrections. I just got out April the 13th of this year.
On this charge?
I served out on that charge, and I was facing a possession charge for Indiana. So I served on the receiving stolen property, firearms or whatever from here. They violated me in Indiana in 2015, and I was walked from the Reception Diagnostics Center in Plainfield across to the Plainfield Department of Corrections on January 3rd of 2016. And then the bench warrant I noticed didn't come out until March, and I was already serving time on a violation for the receiving stolen property.
How many days has he been in jail down there? Mr. Westrader, how many days?
I got took into custody on the 4th, Friday the 4th. I've relocated. I've transferred to Central City. I now reside in Central City, Kentucky, and that's where they came and got me, at my home in Central City.
You know, I think it was 90 days or something, Your Honor. If it's all right with the court, I think he pretty much paid his debt to society. To release him back, I have no objection.
Would you like to be released today, Mr. Westrader?
Your Honor, that would be awesome. I have a good job. I work for my
Well,
brother.
you're giving me the first opportunity to do something awesome today. So I'm going to take full advantage of doing something awesome, and I'll sign a release. Go forth and be happy. Don't be in Cumberland County or the 40th Judicial District committing any crime. If you want to commit any crimes, which I hope you don't, do it in Central City, okay?
I'm done, Your Honor.
Yeah, me too. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the Adair County Jail?
I believe that's everybody, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for cooperation. Good job, y'all. So the grand jury, please come around. Y'all want to come around here? Let them just kind of stand around here. Spread it out there. Mr. Bailiff, would you recover from the 4-person there of the grand jury? Mr. Foreman, did 9 or more of y'all agree on each one of these?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I see that there was at least one charge on one person. There wasn't sufficient evidence. Is that correct? What the report says. Report indicate what you did? The attorney receives the charges from the grand jury. There's not enough evidence to proceed the indictment according to the following charges are dismissed. There's one charge on there that says it's dismissed. Well, come up here, Mr. Judd, and get this here. Yeah, where is she? Have her to come. I'm not going to read the name out loud. Why don't you take it over the foreman there and let him see it? This one. Well, she needs to bring it up here because I was fixing to dismiss it. I signed that. Can you get her to come up just for a second? Sorry to delay y'all here, but I might have been about to do something else awesome. Two awesome days, 2 things in a row. Been awesome for this person anyway.
Hello?
We'll be with you just in a second, Mr. Bailey. We're on a recess when we call your.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I didn't know what was going on. I want to make sure I didn't miss no court or nothing.
No, we wouldn't want you to do that. When we call your name, you turn your camera back on, okay?
All right. Thank you.
No problem. You want to hand this to her and let her look at that. Yeah, let her, just show it to her back there. Does it say without prejudice? Just add without prejudice, and that way if there is evidence, they can bring it back in front of you. Okay, I will sign the document that will initiate warrants, and if they're already in custody for something else, there'll be summons. It's important that, as always, you keep matters confidential. I won't go ahead and say the usual things that I do to grand juries about that, because y'all been serving forever and a day. The longest serving grand jury in the history of Cumberland County. Now, the good news is this in all probability will be your last day of service. We'll qualify a new grand jury on July the 29th. But between now and then, if there was a need to call a special meeting of the grand jury, you're still on the grand jury until then. Probably won't happen, but we did recently in Monroe County have a very serious issue that came up, and we had to summon the grand jury back in to do consideration. We'll try not to do that since y'all served so long. And but in any event, in case I don't see you again on the grand jury, it means also that you won't have to serve on any jury in this jurisdiction, district or circuit court for 2 years. Now, you might be lucky enough to be called in on the federal jury or federal grand jury, and that'll be a little bit more taxing than this was. I mean, they meet every day for a long time. But I will tell you that I want to express my appreciation and express the appreciation of the citizens of Cumberland County, whether they are familiar with the grand jury system or not. You're pretty familiar with it now, and you know that one of the protections we have in our Constitution is that no person can be brought before a judge by any judge or by any prosecutor. They have to go in front of a jury of their peers to make sure. And I think that's a great protection for all of us and for all of our freedoms, so that one person doesn't get the authority, or some people say the power, to bring someone in without running it and making a certain protection and safeguard. And so for that, we express our appreciation, and you're released for today, but not permanently. And I guess you hadn't been paid anything yet for all this service yet, have you? Is that right? I guess you'll get a check for all these days that you got. And I don't guess the amount you get paid today would be enough to hire anybody for 1 hour now over there at your place, would it, Mr. York? You probably, yeah. Okay, well, you get it all at once, and maybe you'll be able to go somewhere and buy a meal with it. But it's about duty and not about money. And y'all serve us well, serve this community. Okay, y'all can be released. Thank you very much. If anybody needs a work release or anything, just stop down. Okay. And we'll go back to the larger docket now. Okay, are there any attorneys, any private attorneys on there that need to have their case called? Mr. Garrett, what else do you have?
Judge, I've got Ashley Dyer.
Is that the only other one that you have, or you have more?
I just have Ashley Dyer and then Brian Thompson, who is in jail in Tennessee right now.
I don't guess he'll be here today.
We just need to bump him, Judge.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Ashley Dyer. Ms. Dyer, this is 21 CR 0013, Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Ashley Dyer. Were you born in 1988, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
In the last 4 digits, social security number 2417.
Yes, sir.
You have a right to remain silent. You're represented by Mr. Garrett. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with traffic control substance, first degree, first offense, drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, operating under the influence, speeding 16 over and careless driving. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garrett, you acknowledge Ms. Dyer's identity, waive formal reading and arraignment, acknowledge receipt of indictment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, now you want her over on the 9th for negotiation, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, we've completed an agreement on her. She just needs to sign before the 16th. She won't need to appear, and then we can do her play on the 29th.
Okay, if you sign an agreement before the 16th, your next court appearance will be July the 29th. You're under the same conditions. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your other case,
Thank you,
Mr.
Judge.
Garrett? Your other case, Mr. Garrett? was
Brian
what?
Thompson. Brian Thompson, Your Honor.
Well, let me call the case, and then you can from Commonwealth versus Brian W. Thompson, 20 CR 00066. Now, he's represented here by Mr. Garrett, but he's not present. Now, Mr. Garrett, do you have an explanation for the absence of Brian Thompson?
I do, Your Honor. His mother contacted me yesterday. He got revoked in Tennessee and is serving 30 days and should be released at the end of July.
Okay, well, I'll issue a bench warrant for him. And he'll have to be here on July the 29th. Do you want a bench warrant, Mr. Stockton, or do you want just to decide him to be here on the 29th, see if he shows
Decide
up?
him to be here the 29th. If he's not here,
Okay,
then.
Okay, well, I will not issue a bench warrant at the request of Commonwealth. You'll appear here with him on the 29th.
16th.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garrett, 29th. Okay. Now, are there
Thank
any
you,
other
Judge.
attorneys? Yeah.
Your Honor, Cameron Griffith.
Okay, well, who do you have, Mr. Griffin?
I'm here with Mr. Daniel Turner, 21 CR 38, and he's here with me in the room.
Wait just a second. Commonwealth versus Daniel Turner, 21 CR 0038. Are you Daniel Turner?
Yes.
Okay, were you born in 1992?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number, 9250.
Yes, sir.
The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment. I'm going to arraign you on it. You have a right to remain silent. You're represented by counsel. The grand jury has charged you with enhanced trafficking and controlled substance, methamphetamine, possession of marijuana, failure of the owner to maintain required insurance, careless driving. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Stockton, there was an enhanced amount of meth in that charge. Is that correct?
Was quite a bit of meth. I didn't write down the amount. Looks like
Okay.
30 some grams. It's a class felony.
Class what?
Class C felony, and it was enhanced because of the firearm present in the vehicle.
Okay. He wasn't charged with a firearm, just enhancement on the,
Yeah, he's not a convicted felon.
okay. But it was enhanced because of the presence.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, do you understand those charges, Mr. Turner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, counselor, do you acknowledge Mr. Turner's identity, received indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you should have Mr. Turner here at the Cumberland County Justice Center on July 16th for the purpose of negotiation with the Commonwealth. His next court appearance will be July the 29th. There have been no complaints about his bond condition to be continued on the same bond. Okay?
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything else?
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Any other private attorney on here? Mr. Garman, you were the first one. Click on here. What do you got?
Judge, I have William Raines on for arraignment.
You need to speak up. For some reason, your volume's low.
I have William Raines on for arraignment.
Okay, William Raines. Mr. Raines is up on the,
It's Mac.
Yes, I'm here.
Commonwealth Kentucky versus William Raines, 21 CR 0008. Are you William Raines?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're born in 1996.
Yes.
Last four digits, your social security number are
16.
Yeah, 3-5.
Okay, this is a motion to revoke bond. Is that correct, Mr. Stockton?
File a motion to revoke bond. I believe there was a misidentification, so I'm withdrawing that.
He'd be on his way rejoicing then?
Yes.
When's he next to appear?
I would ask July the 16th and July the 29th.
Judge,
Okay.
I've got a conflict on July
Wait,
16th.
wait just a second. He also hasn't been arraigned, is that correct? So I'm going to arraign him on this thing. Mr. Raines, the grand jury of Cumberland County has indicted you with trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, first offense. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, counselor, do you acknowledge his identity?
I do, Your
Receive
Honor.
indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now you got a conflict when?
I have a conflict on July 16th.
Okay, well, you can make arrangements to meet with Mr. Stockton and have your client present for negotiations. And that's,
I'll do so, Judge.
that'll be left up to you. Your client will be here on July the 29th to either enter a plea or set a trial date, okay?
Judge, there were two things that I wanted to bring up on this case. First of all, the Commonwealth still has the vehicle in question that Mr. Raines was stopped in.
Well,
about
you got to
4 or 5
file a
months.
motion to do that. I'm not going to just, I've got 90-something people on the docket here. If you want to consider anything, you got to file a motion, okay? Work it out with the Commonwealth.
Okay, Judge, I'll do so.
What was the other thing? You got anything that's simpler than that?
Yeah, Judge, my client has been on curfew and housing. He was originally on home incarceration. He's been on curfew for the last 105 days by my count. And I was going to see if that could be lifted at this time.
No, he's going to be on curfew, but he can go to church, to work, the doctor, he can come see you. Does he have a job?
I don't think he's employed at this time, no.
I start the 29th at a job.
Well, when you get a job, you'll be able to get out and look around. But until then, you don't need to be out, as they used to say in Monroe County, out gomming around. Okay.
Okay. It'll be
Okay,
work
Judge.
from home anyway, and along with school, I'm still in school too. So
Okay, you're doing school at home too.
yeah, college and work. So
Okay. Well, you might talk to Mr. Stockton and explain in more detail. Mr. Stockton might have more sympathy on that particular situation, Mr. Garman. Okay. Thank you.
I'll
very
do
much.
so, Judge. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Now, Mr. McLeod, is that correct?
Good morning, Your Honor. Craig McLeod on behalf of Ebony Kozarowski. It's 21 CR 16, and she's on the call.
Commonwealth Kentucky versus Ebony Kozarowski, 21 CR 0016. Ma'am, are you on the phone, Ebony?
Yeah, I'm
There you-
here.
There you go.
Hi.
The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking controlled substance, first offense, methamphetamine, drug paraphernalia, driving on DUI, suspended improper equipment, one headlight, and careless driving. You understand those charges?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. McLeod, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receipt indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Craig L. McLeod.
Your client needs to be here on the 16th of next month for the purpose of negotiation. And then on the 29th will be the next court appearance. Miss Ebony, you are required under the terms of
Yes,
your
ma'am.
bond at present both times. Okay, Mr. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Okay. Any other attorney on there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jessica Lewis, who do you have?
I have William Helton III, Your Honor.
William Hilton III. Commonwealth versus William Harold Hilton III, 20 CR 0010. Are you William Hilton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here for a pretrial. Have y'all reached an agreement in this case, Mr. Stockton?
Well, my last time was.
Yes, two cases actually.
Yeah.
20 CR 0010 and 20 CR 0011.
That he was going to pay off the child support and I was going to enter the dismiss, but I've not heard anything for a while.
Your Honor, he brought me the cashier's check here today that I'm going to send in for him to the Cumberland County Division of Child Support, and that should take care of it.
Okay, well, you go ahead and proceed. I'll continue this case to July the 29th, but with the understanding, if the cash is received pursuant to the agreement, it will be dismissed. And the Commonwealth will submit an order. Is that correct, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there any, the law office of Ms. Hawley, who do you have?
Yes, Your Honor. I have Jerry Butler. He's on for an arraignment, case number 21 CR 00029.
Okay, wait a second. As my friend down at Bowling Green says, I've got them in alphabetical order starting with A. Hold on. Commonwealth versus Jerry Butler, 21 CR 0029. Are you Jerry Butler?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Were you born in 1981?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 0029.
Yes, sir.
You have a right to remain silent. You are represented by counsel. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with traffic and controlled substance first offense, operating under the influence, possession of an alcoholic container in the car that was open, reckless driving, and failure to wear a seatbelt. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hawley, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, lay formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you shall have your client at the Cumberland County Justice Center on July 16th for negotiation, and his next court appearance is July the 29th. Sir, both of those attendances are part of your bond conditions. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am, do you have anything else from the court, young lady?
I have another client, but I'll have to get her, so I can come back on in a moment, Your Honor, if you want to take someone else up.
And Cross is first up. How many clients do you have, Mr. Cross, here? You need to turn your microphone on there, Mr. Cross. Mr. Cross, your microphone is not on.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I've got several, but I've got another hearing at noon. So if we could get it done, I apologize for being tied up. It's just.
Who do you have? Who do you have?
Andrea Anderson for arraignment.
Okay. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Andrea Anderson, 21 CR 0080. Are you Andrea Anderson?
Yes,
Okay. What year were you born?
1988,
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
1610.
Okay. The grand jury of, you have a right to remain silent. I'm going to arraign you on the charge. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, first degree, first offense, methamphetamine. Do you understand that charge?
Yes,
Okay. Mr. Cross, you acknowledge you received the indictment.
Yes, Your Honor. Waive formal reading, reserving all motions, enter plea of not guilty.
Okay. You have your client here on July 16th for negotiation, and ma'am, you'll be here on July 29th at the courthouse for the purpose of your next pretrial. Okay? No complaint to be made about your bond. You can remain on the same bond. What do you have next, Mr. Cross?
We have Nathan Castillo for arraignment, and he's supposed to be on Zoom. There he is. Sit there, Mr. Rhymes.
Cumberland, Kentucky versus Nathan Neal Castillo, 21 CR 0009. Are you Nathan Castillo?
Yes, Your Honor.
You born in 1981.
Yes, sir.
The last four digits, your social security number 3232.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here for a pretrial conference. Y'all made any agreement on this?
I'm showing arraignment, Your Honor. Is the docket wrong or?
That's what I had. Was arraignment.
Well,
He was
yeah,
arraigned last month, I believe.
Okay.
My bad, because I wasn't, Jesse and I both thought he's being arraigned. I'm sorry.
He's been arraigned, that's fine.
Your Honor, Mr. Castillo is currently in rehab in northern Kentucky. I think, speaking candidly to the court, I think considering his record and considering the issues we have before us, I think further rehab time is certainly in his best interest as well as society's. We want to try to get a disposition of this case in the near future, but I do believe he benefits from rehab for an extended time.
Well, I have a note on here that the surety is requesting to come off the bond. Is that correct? Who is surety? Who? Ebony Kazarowski is requesting to come off the bond.
We were not aware of that, Your Honor. If that's, of course,
What kind of rehab is Mr. Costello in?
What's the name of it, Nathan?
Called the Grateful Life Center in Erlanger, Kentucky.
And how long have you been there, son?
I've been here for 9 days. It's a 6-month to a year-long program.
Your Honor, I would request he be allowed to remain free for subject to restrictions, and any leave or departure from the facility, of course, would be considered an escape. It's a violation of any bonds.
How much was the bond? Well, he's not in custody right now, and I'm not going to release the bond until he's taken into custody. So it's not, so he's still on bond, but there is the request. So these are very serious charges. These fleeing, evading first, conviction, convicted felon possession, handgun. I'm not going to allow anybody just to admit themselves to a rehab 9 days ago and avoid the case proceeding. Do you think that's appropriate, Mr. Stockton?
No, I don't, Your Honor. We had court last month. I forgot he was in, but no, we can't put the rehabs in front of the court system, and that seems to be the trend nowadays. If we just shop and turn everything over to the rehabs, we ought to be out of a job.
Judge, he picked up some new charges in Kenton County too. I don't know if you was aware, so.
In Kenton County?
Yeah, possession of meth and driving on a DUI suspended license, third offense in 5 years.
Ben, I didn't quite hear that. Can you go back through that?
Yeah, in Kenton County on the 7th, it was a possession of meth and then driving on a DUI suspended license, third offense in 5 years.
So you said he was arrested on June 7th?
Yes.
I think he just needs to turn himself in, Your Honor.
Mr. Castillo, you don't need to say anything.
You need to turn, Mr. Costello needs to turn himself in by 4 o'clock today to Adair County Jail.
I don't know if he can get to Adair County by 4 o'clock from Erlanger. You know where that is, but we can get him there sometime. Nathan, did you understand that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. You've got new charges.
You can wait there if you want to, and I can have somebody from the Kenton County Sheriff's Department come over and pick him up if that'd be easier for him.
Nathan, do you prefer to turn yourself in this evening?
I prefer to just show that I'm willing to accept everything that's in front of me right now in my life, and I'd prefer to turn myself in. I'd like to call my parents, see if my dad is free, and I would like to have the ride back home with him to kind of just go over everything that's happening, if I could.
I could respect that, Your Honor, but it's your call. Court's familiar with his father, of course.
That'll give you more time to get back down here. But if you're not down here, it's not going to be a good thing. You understand that?
Gotcha.
Okay.
Nathan called me on the way back, okay?
He'll next be in court for negotiations at 9 a.m. On July 16th and here in court for a pretrial on 29th. Thank you very much. Tanya can answer.
Your Honor, I don't have her upstairs right now. I've got Joseph Arms sitting here with me. I'll get Tanya.
Who do you have?
Arms, Joseph Arms.
Yeah.
Come here, Mr. Arms.
Commonwealth versus Joseph Arms, 20 CR 0068.
Your Honor, we met with Mr. Stockton. It appears we need to set this matter for trial.
We do, Your Honor, but Mr. Garrett just got in the Danny Staten case and Jared Norris is another co-defendant. So I'd like to set them all for the 29th. And whoever's not settled, get a trial date on all of them at that time, since Mr. Garrett's not on them.
Okay, July the 29th is the next court appearance for Mr. Arms. Mr. Arms, I just want to, this is 20 CR 0068. What's your year of birth?
1/24/76.
And last four digits of social security number.
8144.
Okay, you'll be back in person here in the Cumberland Circuit Court on July the 29th. Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Who else do you have, Mr. Cross?
Your Honor, we have Sydney Cross. Sydney is on Zoom.
Hold on a second.
Wait for me downstairs.
Commonwealth versus Sydney Cross. Ms. Cross, you want to turn your Zoom on? There you are. This is 21 CR 007. Are you Sydney Cross? You need to turn your microphone on, please, Ms. Cross.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you okay? Were you born in 1998?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the last four digits of your social security number?
1560.
Okay, you're here today for a pretrial conference on 21 CR 007 and 21 CR 006. No, that's not correct. No. Yes, you're Sydney Page Cross also is your name, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I just asked you be down on the 16th and reset it for the 29th, so see if we can reach an agreement.
Okay, you be here at the Cumberland County Justice Center on July 16th at 9 a.m. and also come here on the 29th of July. The first day is for negotiation. The second day is to enter a plea or set jury trial dates. Okay?
Your
These
Honor,
are conditions of your bond.
Your Honor, Ms. Cross is just getting out of a real good rehab program. Is in E-Town and in aftercare. She's asked for permission to leave with a supervisor to go to outside AA meetings. Is that correct, Sydney?
Yes, with my sponsor.
Yeah, she'd be going with her sponsor if the court would allow that.
Got no problem with that.
Good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Just need to call pretrial. You're on this pretrial supervising her.
Yeah, Judge, she just needs to call and check in like she's supposed to.
You call and check in and give him the address of the place you're going. Okay. Okay. Who do you have next, Mr. Cross?
Rachel Thayer. Rachel's supposed to be on Zoom somewhere. She's in a rehab. Yeah, there she is.
Commonwealth versus Rachel Thayer, 21 CR 0028. Are you Rachel Thayer?
Yes, sir.
You're here today for a pretrial conference in 21 CR 0028. Mr. Stockton, have you all reached an agreement in this case?
We've had discussions, but I would like to try to finalize our agreement on the 16th, Your Honor, and have her here the 29th.
July the 16th at 9 a.m. is for negotiation with the Commonwealth and to be back here on July 29th to enter a plea or set a trial date. Both of those are a condition of your bond. You understand that?
Yes.
Rachel, will you be out of rehab or can you get loose and come down that day?
Yes, I can make arrangements.
Good. Well, we'll be in touch.
Okay,
All right.
thanks.
What else do you have, Mr. Cross?
Tanya Knatzer.
Cumberland, Kentucky versus Tanya can answer. 20 CR 0047. You're Tanya can answer.
Yes, sir.
Born in 1980.
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number, 5749.
Yes.
Okay. We're here today on a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, I'd ask she be set on the 16th. I've kind of been waiting to see what happens on a couple of her co-defendants. So if we can set her the 16th, be able to resolve this case.
16th of July here live at the Cumberland County Justice Center, and then live here on July 29th for a pretrial, either enter a plea or set a trial date. Okay.
No, I'll wait for you downstairs. Your Honor, we have a couple of folks were in the Russell County Jail. Of course, we notified everybody but them. We'd be appearing late. One of them was the Kevin Haddix case. Mr. Stockton and I had talked about, because of some special circumstances, getting him on home incarceration due to the grave. Your Honor, if I may speak.
Didn't he have a weapon?
I don't believe so. I don't know.
We've already handled it. We already did. I'll go back and look and see. Hold us. Who did?
I think it was a possession.
Trey stood in for you. Trey stood in for you on that case. We've already done that.
Well, he told me it was basically already taken care of, and before he got in it. Your Honor, my big concern about Mr. Haddix is quite frankly, I don't believe his father is going to be living another 60 days. And he'd be living with his mom and dad, and I'd like to get him out on home incarceration. And Mr. Stockton, when we met this week, didn't voice any objection to that. And I know the court has great respect for his father, and I don't believe he'd be any danger. I'd like to get that done if we could.
Let me find the case. Was that in the jail docket? What county?
Judge, they said he's being held on a $5,000 surety for this case, but he has a probation violation holding a Clinton County case is what's holding.
That's what the problem is.
That's correct. Yeah.
So
I think, Judge, I've dealt with Mr. Haddix the time he knocked a truck over in my Aunt Ann's car in my driveway when I was in high school. Mr. Haddix, and I played Little League Baseball with him. Mr. Haddix has a file probably 2 feet thick at KCPC. He has mental illness.
He does.
And unfortunately, like most people with mental illness, he's not dealt with by the old asylums used to be closed and everything. So if the court will go along with an ankle monitor as a condition of that, I want him taken to a psychiatrist.
There's a probation violation.
I know, and I don't usually do that, but that because of health that he needs to see a psychiatrist.
Probation. It's not me. It's the probation.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know.
Well, Your Honor,
y'all talk about it with each other. I'm not going to. I've got it like a.
We did. That's why we're still talking. We basically had it agreed to. We thought.
Look, the case was called. Your associate was up. I handled the case. Okay. If y'all want to try to reach some kind of agreed order and submit it to me, I'll consider it. But I'm going. Do you have anybody else?
Patricia Harding, if you'll just tell me what you did, because we weren't here.
We continue to July the 29th. You have her present on the 16th if you want to for negotiation.
Will they bring her down on the 16th? She's in a dare.
We'll make arrangements either to have her on Zoom and if she's on Zoom, there'll be facilities here to handle it or to transport her, whichever y'all think would be the most appropriate. It's hard to negotiate with anybody on Zoom, so I would assume we'll have her transport.
It is. It's difficult to even communicate.
Okay.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Have a great day. Is there any other attorney waiting out there?
Johnny Bell.
Johnny Bell. Mr. Lawless, you're next, okay? Johnny Bell first.
I have Louis Arms, Your Honor, for arraignment. I have not been able to get in touch with Mr. Arms. He's not present here in the office. I've called him the last 3 days.
He's here in the courtroom.
Great. Well, tell him to give me a call after this, maybe.
You can tell him.
Yes, sir.
You have any other appointments you want me to make for you or anything like that, or have any? Okay, now, do we have a camera we can turn around on Mr. Arms? Use this one here and turn this around. I can watch it on here. Okay. Commonwealth versus Louis Arms. Are you Louis Arms?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1964. Last 4 digits of your social security number are 8381. You're represented by Mr. Johnny Bell. Mr. Johnny Bell, wave there so he can see you. See him there waving? Yes. Okay. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. The grand jury of Cumberland County has charged you with possession of controlled substance, first degree, first offense, possession of drug paraphernalia, no operator's license on a moped. You understand those charges? Okay. Mr. Bell, do you acknowledge Mr. Arms' identity, waive formal reading of the arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order and send you all the information concerning the case so that you may work over it with Mr. Arms. Mr. Arms will be present here on July the 9th for negotiation, and the next court appearance is on July the 29th, okay?
Yes, sir.
You can go, Mr. Arms, and you need to call Mr. Bell here. Do you have his number?
Yeah, I called him 2 days ago, right?
Oh, you called him 2 days ago and didn't get an answer. Okay. 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 Thank you very much. You have anything else, Mr. Bell?
No, sir.
Go. Okay, have a great day.
You too, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Lawless, you've been trying to get on there. Who
Good
do you
morning, Your
have?
Honor. I have
Hello.
Amy McFall.
Who?
Amy McFall.
McFall, okay. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Amy Leanne McFall, 21 CR 0036. Are you Amy McFall?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you born in 1999?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 1722.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here with purpose of arraignment. You're represented by Mr. Lawless. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking controlled substance, first degree, first offense, and possession of marijuana. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. McFall, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there no complaint about the conditions of Ms. McFall's bond? We'll continue on the same bond. You shall have her here at the courthouse, the Justice Center rather, here in Burkesville on July the 9th for negotiation. And on July 29th, she'll have a pretrial, Ms. McFall. Both of those are conditions of your bond. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Mr. Lawless, do you have anything else?
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, you have a great day. Okay, Ms. Hawley, you have something else?
Yes, Your Honor, I have Sierra Parrish.
Sierra Parrish. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Sierra Brooke Parrish, 20 CR 0036. Are you Sierra Brooke Parrish?
Yes.
You born in 1990?
Yes.
The last four digits, social security number 3816. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference, and it says the motion to suppress has never been ruled upon. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm at a loss on this. Did we have a hearing on it? It's been
We
so
did,
long. Okay. Did we just
and we
wait?
briefed it.
Okay.
Your Honor, we'd request to release the condition of her release that was the curfew. Miss Parrish is married now to a truck driver, and she has to transport her children. And there have been no issues at all since this case has been pending. We'd request that the curfew be lifted.
Where did she live?
She lives in Clinton County, Your Honor.
Okay. You have any objection to that, Mr. Stockton?
Who's she married to?
She's married to Mr. Trevor Tuggle. He has no.
Yeah, I don't have any objection.
Well, I will change the condition of the curfew that she may provide any transportation services to her children that are necessary. So she can get out and move around as long as she got her children with her. She's taking them someplace, taking them to grocery, whatever. Hopefully
Okay.
she won't get in any trouble with her children. How old are the children?
And stepchildren as well, Your Honor. They're young. How old are your children?
Stepchildren.
All of your children?
I've got
Between
11, 3, 4.
between 3 and 11, Your Honor.
Okay, well, that exception will be made. She can transport them to where she needs to, store, church, doctor, that sort of thing. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
okay. They're to be present with her in the car though, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, she should be here on the 9th, on the 29th, and hopefully we will have a resolution. Ms. Megan, do we have that brief and CD to look at?
I don't have the CD. I just sent Jessica a message and asked her to burn it for me. It happened pre-shutdown.
Okay. Okay. Guess it was one of those, there wasn't really any reason to rule on. We didn't know whether we ever going to have court or not because of Armageddon. So we'll take a look at the CD and issue an opinion in a timely manner before July the 29th. Okay. Thank you very much. You have anybody
you.
else, Ms. Pauling?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay. Is any other attorney on here? Is there any other attorney on here with anything, or we go back to the Office of Public Advocacy for this? Okay. Let's go back. I guess we're at Sam Asbury. Is that correct? I see you on there, Mr. Asbury. Commonwealth versus Sam.
He was on here, Your Honor.
Yeah, I see he's still on there. Mr. Asbury, turn your
Hello?
camera on.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Asbury. Hello. You got your camera on?
Yeah, I got
There
it
you
on now.
go. Okay. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Sam Asbury, 16 CR 0029. We're here on a motion to revoke. Were you born in 1969, Mr. Asbury?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6936.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we were on this case back in September of last year, and Mr. Asbury was going to provide his probation officer with some proof of meetings he'd been to. And I corresponded with him back in October, and he said that he provided him proof of the meetings, that his drug tests were negative, and that he would provide me notice of any future violations. So as a result, he's not provided me any future violations. He's not had any since last year. I'm going to withdraw the motion to revoke this time.
Is that all right with you, Mr. Asbury?
Yes, sir.
We know that you're coherent because you answered that question correctly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, Mr. Asbury, I hope things turn around for you, man. Okay.
Yeah. I thank you very much.
Okay. You have a great day.
All right. See you.
Yeah. Commonwealth versus James Andrew Abbott. Mr. Abbott on here.
Turn it off.
Yeah.
So I just leave. Are you done?
Yeah.
Mr. Abbott. This is 20 CR 0063. Are you James Andrew Abbott?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, we're here today for a pretrial conference in 20 CR 0063. Mr. Stockton, have y'all reached an agreement?
We've not had any discussion on this case. I don't know if he's not contacted his attorney or what, but we've not had any discussion.
Your Honor,
Yeah,
Mr. Stockton,
I'm trying to call.
Wait just a second, Mr. Abbott. We'll get to you in just a second. Let's listen for a minute, okay?
Okay.
Your
Go
Honor,
ahead, Mr.
Abbott has contacted me. We are working on this. I think we'll have this one resolved on the 16th if he could be present in court.
Okay, Mr. Abbott, you need to be here at the Cumberland County Justice Center on the 16th
Yes, sir.
to negotiate your case. And if you get a negotiate agreement, you can come back then on the 29th and we'll take care of it then. And if you haven't reached an agreement, we'll set you a trial date, okay? So you'll be here at the Justice Center now.
Okay.
Do you have read Miss Costello's phone number off to make sure you have the right phone number on her, okay? Miss Costello, can you write this down, Mr. Abbott?
I don't think I have it.
Okay,
He
Miss
was
Costello.
you were calling my direct line. He was calling
Okay.
502-782-2613.
Okay.
You got it, Mr. Abbott?
Say that one more time. The number,
It's 502,
the phone number.
yeah, 502-782-2613.
502.
It's the same number you called me on last week.
Okay,
7,
just
8.
tell him the phone number without getting soft. 'Cause it
Okay,
cuts
thank
off.
you.
502, say the rest of it. Miss Costello.
782-2613.
782-2613.
26, yes.
Okay, so you have to hit these numbers or they don't break through.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can she email it to me?
Yes.
Yeah.
okay. The 16th and the 29th here at 9 a.m. in Burksville, okay? Thank you very much. Jason
Okay, thank you.
Bailey. Yeah, Jason Bailey.
Uh-huh.
Jason Bailey.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Commonwealth versus Jason Bailey, 21 CR 0020. Are you Jason Bailey?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, you're here for the purpose of arraignment. Were you born in 1977?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of your social security number are 9002.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Costello you have an attorney or the public advocacy?
Ms. Costello.
Okay. Mr. Bailey, the grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking controlled substance first offense, trafficking and controlled substance first offense, another count, tampering with physical evidence, drug paraphernalia to buy or sell. You understand these charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge Mr. Bailey's identity, receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions? Ms. Costello?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll forward it. We'll sign a reciprocal discovery agreement, send the discovery to your attorney. Are you off the line? There you are again, Mr. Bailey. We'll send that to your attorney. You'll be here on July the 16th for the purpose of negotiation and July the 29th for your next pretrial. Both of them are conditions of your bond. I would call it. You have Ms. Costello's phone number?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have Ms. Costello's phone number?
I believe so.
Well, you want to take it again go ahead.
It's 833. This is the main office number, 833-254-2467.
2467. Okay, yeah, I got it.
Okay, we'll be here on the 16th, and then on
And
the 28th.
Judge, he needs to call the pretrial hotline and get set up on call-ins. We've never made contact with him, so.
Okay, Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
the pretrial hotline, you need to call so you can make your contacts with pretrial, so you won't be in violation. Do you have that number?
No, I sure don't.
It should have been on his release decision, but I can give it to him again.
Okay, get a pencil and write this down, Mr. Bailey.
Oh, okay, hold on just a second.
I will.
Sorry about that. Hold on just a second. Hey. Will you write this number down for me? Write this number down for me, please.
Okay, Ben.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Ben.
Okay, it's 502.
Excuse me, run that by me again.
502.
902.
5502.
Oh, 502. Yep, got it.
694.
694.
3589.
3589.
Call as soon as you get off this call to check in, and they'll set you up on monthly call-ins.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
It's okay, thank you. Is Susan Keene Brown the next one? Pardon?
What? Raymond.
Frederick Bishop. Frederick Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Frederick Bishop, 21 CR 0030. Are you Frederick Bishop?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1974?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 7965.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by Ms. Costello. Ms. Costello waved so Mr. Bishop can see you there.
See.
Mr. Bishop, you have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking controlled substance, first degree, alcoholic intoxication in a public place, and being a persistent felony offender. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Bishop? Receive the indictment, favor, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bishop, you should be here to the Cumberland County Justice Center on July 16th for the purpose of negotiation and July 29th for your next pretrial. Okay?
16th. Do I need to be there? I'm at Art. I'm at Art Recovery Center right now.
Mr. Bishop, they'll most likely allow you to leave for that and return to the facility. If not, we'll set up via Zoom.
All right.
On the 16th, now the 29th, you'll need to be in person because it's court day.
Yeah.
All right. All right, 16.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Susan Keene Brown. Commonwealth versus Susan Keene Brown. This is 20 CR 0026. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Susan Keene Brown. You Susan Keene Brown?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1968.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 8947.
Yes.
Now you're here for a pretrial on this case.
Yeah.
Mr. Stockton, I recused from the companion case here, I believe.
Oh, I wasn't aware of it.
What was that?
Oh, yeah, that's correct. Yes, you did. You recused on the Jonathan Riddle case.
Did you recuse? And you're still on it, right?
I'm still on it. Yes, Your Honor.
So what I'll do is probably I have no reason not to take her case. But Ms. Costello, do you think you're going to negotiate with her? If you do negotiate with her, I can stay on the case. If there's going to be a trial and it's elected to be a joint trial, obviously I couldn't sit on the case. You see what I'm saying, Mr. Stockton?
Yeah, I don't think Ms. Brown will be tried with Mr. Riddle at this point in time.
Okay. Okay. Well, I will not recuse then, unless there's a request for me to recuse. And if there is, you can file a request. Okay. Ms. Brown, you need to be here on July the 16th for negotiation, and then on July the 29th for your next pretrial. There are no complaints against you. You can remain free on your same bond. Okay.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor, she also has an arraignment on 21 CR 73.
Okay. 21 CR 73 21 CR 0073. You have not been served with the indictment on this case. What you need to do, where are you located today?
I'm at my mom's.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and arraign you in this case. Somebody got their microphone on that's not in this case. Barbara Johnson, do you have your microphone on? Trevor Cash, you have your microphone on? If you do, turn your microphones off, please. Trevor Cash, turn your microphone off. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned indictment charging possession, controlled substance, first degree, first offense, drug paraphernalia, failure to notify change in Department of Transportation, operating under the influence, failure to produce insurance card, careless driving. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Now, she's on bond on the other case. Should she just, I'll continue on her same bond, but does she need to come over here and be processed? I think they need to serve the indictment warrant on her and let her be processed. So if you'll just come to the Sheriff's Department. Yeah, bond. So if you'll call the Sheriff's Department and make arrangements to come in and let them just book you on this thing and serve you with the indictment warrant, then you come back here on both these cases on the 16th and 29th, okay?
Okay, thank you.
By the end of business today, you call the Sheriff's Department.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
So Daniel Capiello. Daniel Capiello. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Daniel Joe Capiello, 21 CR 0037. Trevor Cash, turn your microphone off until I call your case. Trevor Cash, are you there?
He is not connected to the audio. I don't have the option to mute him, so that means he's not connected.
What about Ms. Johnson?
Okay, let's go back to Daniel Capiello, 21 CR 0037. Are you Daniel Capiello? Turn your microphone, Mr. Capiello.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Capiello, were you born in 1971?
Yes, sir.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
8954.
Okay. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment.
Yes.
Where are you located today?
I'm at CTS Russell in Louisville, Kentucky.
Is that a correctional institution?
No.
It's an RKC rehab, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. He's not been served with this indictment warrant.
Daniel, was it probation and parole that sent you to CTS Russell?
Well, I called my probation pro and told him I was going to admit myself in here. And then he sent me to this community transitional service, which is a rehab. It's a SAP program. Yes. My sister had talked to my probation officer, which I have a new one here in Louisville, Kentucky now since
Okay,
I.
what I'm gonna do, Mr. Stockton, is I'm going to go ahead and read the indictment here and then have him to come down on the 16th. And when he comes here, he can be processed. The grand jury of Cumberland County has charged you with traffic control, substance, first degree drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, and being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Costello, you acknowledge his identity, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, his case, I believe, is also trafficking firearm in hands for the PFO. If he leaves CTS Russell, I think he needs to turn himself in.
Okay. I will allow you to remain where you are. If you leave there or get quit there or whatever, you need to turn yourself into the Dare County Jail. You understand that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. So you be down here on the 16th of July, the 16th of July at 9 a.m. to negotiate your case. And I want the sheriff's department to make note that when he comes here, he should have the indictment warrant served on him and be processed. And that won't change your freedom or anything. If you show up down here, in all probability, I'll do an ROR bond or something because you've shown that you'll show up. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And then you be here on July 29th for your pretrial. You have anything else that doesn't involve your case that you need?
I had talked to my counselor here at CTS for me to be released so I don't lose my SAP program. Could Ms. Costello email them saying to give me like a 1-day release or 2-day release so I can come in front of you?
Yeah, it won't take a 2-day. It's, if you get down here, we'll take you to first of the line, okay? So you can get back up there. So Ms. Costello, give them about an 8-hour,
Okay.
an 8-hour notice, and that'll give him time to get down here. And when you get down here, you remind us to take his case first so he can get back up there so he doesn't get discharged, okay?
I will. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, see you then, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, sir.
Trevor Cash. I show Mr. Cash or Trevor Cash up on the line, but there's no contact. Trevor Cash, are you there? So you need to turn on. Trevor Cash, okay, issue a bench warrant for Trevor Cash without bond. Ryan Ferris. Ryan Ferris.
Your Honor, I was notified that he was to start drug court. I thought he might be incarcerated somewhere. If he's not.
He was in court on Monday for drug court and appeared and started the program.
Okay, well, I
think he's out. They say he's out on an ankle monitor.
Okay, well, if he's in drug court and he's been accepted, I don't care to remove the ankle monitor and see how he does. I mean, he's done all he's supposed to. And just continue it generally.
Today was to be presented to me whether he was eligible for drug court and to sign an order in lieu of revocation.
Well, we'll tender an order in lieu.
Okay.
I don't know if you got mixed up, but I'm sure if he was out of pocket, Mr. Murphy'd know about it. So.
Yeah, and he appeared on Monday with in court for drug court.
Okay, fine. Just submit me an order to take the ankle off. Commonwealth versus Misty L. Gilbert. Commonwealth versus Misty L. Gilbert. Yeah. Let me turn this around. You can point that toward her. Just set it right. Are you Misty Gilbert? a second. What happened? Como versus Missy Gilbert, 21 CR 0019. Miss Gilbert, were you born in 1982? Last four digits of Social Security number 3785. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charged with operating a motor vehicle under the influence and driving on suspended DUI influence, careless driving. Okay. Ms. Costello, you acknowledge Ms. Gilbert's identity, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, interplea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you have to say about this, Mr. Stockton?
We need July the 16th and the 29th, Your Honor.
July the 16th for negotiation, July 19th for your next appearance. Those are conditions of your bond. Okay. Meet with your attorney soon and start working on it. Thank you. Okay. Como versus Christopher Harrison. Como versus Christopher Harrison. Christopher Harrison. There, I see you on there. I saw you on there. There you go. Okay. Commonwealth versus Christopher Harrison, 19 CR 0053. Are you Christopher Harrison? Turn your microphone on, Mr. Harrison. There you are. You Christopher Harrison?
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of a pretrial conference. Has there been any agreement reached on this? Mr. Stockton?
Harrison was in treatment, so he is out now.
I mean, not that I'm aware of. I've not spoke with Miss Costello.
So what we need to do is you need to get a hold of Miss Costello, and you'll be here on the 16th of July to Cumberland County Justice Center to negotiate with the Commonwealth, and then your pretrial is on the 29th. So you got two cases, two dates, the 16th to be here to negotiate and the 29th to be here for your next pretrial. Have there been any complaints about his bond?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll let you stay on the same bond, Mr. Harrison. You remain free, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Do you have Miss Costello's number?
I do.
Okay, well, you need to call her sometime today or tomorrow, okay?
What would be a good time, Miss Costello?
Tomorrow at 11.
Tomorrow at 11.
Central time?
Yes.
11 Central time. Okay, thank you very much.
Great.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Angela Haney. Commonwealth versus Angela Haney. Are you Angela Haney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is 21 CR 0001. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Are you representing the Office of Public Advocacy?
Yes.
Okay. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of methamphetamine, drug paraphernalia, and operating under the influence. You understand that charge? You understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge the identity of Ms. Haney? The receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Stockton, I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order that will give Ms. Haney the information about her case so they can prepare the defense. You'll be here on the 16th at the Cumberland in person at the Cumberland County Justice Center, and then back here on the 29th of July to enter a plea or set a trial date. Okay.
Okay.
Any
Thank you.
complaints about Ms. Haney? Not, ma'am. You can stay on your same bond. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Barbara Johnson. We're gonna pass over her. She got knocked off of Zoom and she's gonna try to get back on. Okay. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Justin Trace Lindsay. Are you Justin Trace Lindsay?
Justice, yes, sir.
Justice Trace Lindsay. This is 21 CR 0025. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. The Office of Public Advocacy have your case? Yes.
Yes, Your
Ms.
Honor.
Costello. Okay, Ms. Costello. The grand jury of Cumberland County, Mr. Lindsay has indicted you, charging you with assault third on a police or probation officer, disorderly conduct, and menacing. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Costello, you acknowledge his identity, Mr. Lindsay's identity, in the received indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, there are no complaints about Mr. Lindsay's bond, I take it. So I'll leave you in the same bond. You're to be here on the 16th day of July at the Cumberland County Justice Center for negotiation, and on the 29th day of July for your next pretrial. Both of them are conditions of your bond. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You need to be in call Ms. Costello tomorrow. Okay, you have her number?
He does,
Yes,
Your
sir.
Honor. He's had good.
Okay. See you then. Yeah. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Thomas McVeigh.
No.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Thomas McVeigh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You don't have your camera on, Mr. McVeigh.
I'm trying to get it to come on, Your Honor. It says it won't start.
Yeah.
There you go, sir.
Send their warrant. Okay, there you are, sir.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Thomas McVeigh, 21 CR 0031. Are you Thomas McVeigh?
Yes, sir, I am.
You're represented by Public Advocacy, I see. Is that right, Ms. Costello?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you have not been served with your indictment warrant, it appears. Is that correct?
No, sir. I actually called and talked to Jessica at your clerk's office. She went ahead and faxed me. You agreed to a ROR bond, but my director here told me that unless they come to get me, not to leave. So I still haven't been served with it though, but I have a copy of the ROR bond.
He's at the healing place in Camelsville, Your Honor. I think the Camelsville Sheriff's Office was going to go and serve him, and I guess they have not.
No, sir.
Well, we'll check up on that. But I'll tell you what you can do. If they don't come out to serve you, you're to be back here on the 16th. You're to come down here on the 16th, and you can be processed on the 16th down here. Okay.
Okay.
Affect your bond. The grand jury, you've already been arraigned.
We arraigned him last month, Your Honor.
So
We are working on negotiating this
you
case.
be down here on the 16th for pretrial, and on the 16th for negotiation, and 29th for pretrial. Sheriff's Department. And Ms. Costello, you remind the Sheriff's Department here that they should process him when he's down here, okay?
What time on the 16th, Your Honor, so I can
Be down here at 9 o'clock Central Time. That's 10 o'clock Camelsville time, okay? 9 o'clock.
and also on the 29th?
On the 29th.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Michael Nethery. Commonwealth versus Michael Nethery. This is 19 CR 0068. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Michael Nethery. You Michael Nethery? Okay, born in 1988. Okay, flip it around. Born in 1988. Last four digits, social security number 6144. Okay, we're here today for a pretrial conference, and I understand there's a motion to suppress that has not been ruled on.
That's correct, Your Honor.
We'll go ahead and rule on that before he has to come back on the pretrial on the 29th. Now, would that exclude all evidence if it was ruled upon?
I believe so, Your Honor. It was filed by Mr. Shuffett prior to me taking back over this docket.
Well, we'll try to get it done. We'll put him on for negotiation on the 16th. If we rule on it before then, if it's just positive of it, we'll notify you and the Commonwealth Attorney. Is that okay, Mr. Stockton?
That's fine, Your Honor.
And otherwise, you'd be here on the 16th and back on the 26th. And both of those are a condition of your bond. Twenty-ninth, rather. The 16th and the 29th. Commonwealth versus Jared Norris. Commonwealth versus Jared Norris. Mr. Norris, you want to turn your camera on there?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hello, Mr. Norris. This is 20 CR 0069 Commonwealth Kentucky versus Jared Norris. Mr. Norris, you were born in 1986.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're here on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say, Mr. Stockton?
He's a co-defendant with Mr. Staten and Mr. Arms, and I'll take a pass on this on the 16th. If not, I'll ask for a trial date on all of them.
You be present on the 16th of July here at the Cumberland County Justice Center for negotiations. And then your next trial, your next pre-trial is on the 29th. And if we don't have a plea agreement or something, we'll make sure we set your trial, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
See you then. Commonwealth versus Joseph Parham. Joseph Parham. Turn your camera on there, Mr. Parham. There you go. Commonwealth versus Joseph Clinton Parham, 21 CR 0012. You're saying your name Parham or Parham?
Parham.
Parham. People say it a different way, you know. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Were you born in 1996?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 6766.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're represented by Ms. Costello. You have the right to remain silent. I'm going to read the charges. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, first degree, first offense, operating a vehicle under controlled substance, third offense, drug paraphernalia, and obstructed vision or windshield. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge the identity of Mr. Parham. Ms. Costello received the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, do you have anything on this? Is it you want him here on the 16th and the 29th?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you be here on the 6th at the Justice Center in Cumberland County on the 16th of next month at 9 a.m. and then here at the Justice Center on July 29th. First day is to negotiate. If you reach a plea agreement, we'll take a plea on the 29th, okay? If not, we'll set you to free trial. Okay. Next one, Pitcock. Commonwealth versus Jerry Pitcock. Turn your camera on there, Mr. Pitcock. You need to put some light. You need to put some light on you, Mr. Pitcock. You're sitting in the dark there. Okay, Commonwealth versus Jerry Pitcock, 20 CR 0058. You are Jerry Pitcock?
Yes.
Okay, you're born in 1963.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 0058.
Excuse me?
Last 0902.
Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me, I misspoke. Here for pretrial, do you want him here for negotiation on the 16th?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Pitcock, you should be here at the Justice Center on the 16th of July for negotiation and next appear here in court on the 29th for a pretrial. Okay, you reach an agreement, we'll let you enter a plea that day. If you don't, we'll set your jury trial, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Jeffrey Reynolds. Present in court. Commonwealth versus Jeffrey Reynolds, 21 CR 0074. Are you Jeffrey Reynolds?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you born in 1997?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 51 and 69.
Yeah.
Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented here by Mr. Costello, Office of Public Evidence. I'll read the charges against you. Have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, amphetamine, drug paraphernalia, operating motor vehicle under the influence, failure to produce insurance card, no expired license plates, expired registration plates, obstructed view, and careless driving. Do you understand those charges? Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge the identity of your client received indictment away from reading and interview not guilty reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Stockton, is this another individual you want here on the 16th?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds, you'll be here on this Justice Center here again on the 16th to negotiate your case. And your next trial, your next court date here with me will be on the 29th, either to enter a plea or set a trial. Okay? No complaints against you. You may remain free on the same bond. Okay? Commonwealth versus Marcel Swinicky. Marcella Swinicky. There you are, Miss Swinicky. Will you turn your camera on and your microphone? There you are. Turn your microphone on now. Okay. Commonwealth versus Marcella Swinicky, 20 CR 0023. Swinicky, you were born in 1970, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, last four digits, social security number 3404.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today for a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton, what do you have?
I believe that's a case. We also need a ruling on the motion to suppress, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, we'll pull the tape, give you a ruling, we'll try to do that before your negotiation date. But if not, you'll be back down here to Cumberland County Justice Center on the 16th for negotiations, on the 29th for a pretrial conference. But if I rule on the suppression motion that you are entitled to suppression evidence, we'll notify you before that. You just plan on being here the 16th and 29th as a condition of your bond, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Daniel Scott.
Daniel
Commonwealth Kentucky versus Daniel Scott.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Wait just a second. Ms. Swinicky, you can turn your camera off there if you want to. Stay on the line if you want to, but just turn your camera off. Thank you. Commonwealth Attorney versus Daniel Scott, 21 CR 0014. Are you Daniel Scott?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kind of turn around where we get some light on your face. You can't. Okay, that's better. Okay. That's worse again. The light is behind you now. Put the light, get the light in front of you. Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You born in 1980,
Yes, sir.
last four digits, social security number 8157.
Yes, sir.
The grand jury, you have a right to remain silent. Ms. Costello is representing you. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you possession of controlled substance, first degree, first offense, drug paraphernalia, no operator's license, failure of owner to maintain the requirement, possession of marijuana, and operating under the influence, as well as expired license plates and failure to rescind title on destroyed motor vehicle. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
You also are indicted under 21 CR 0079 in the charge there, possession of controlled substance, possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, no operator's license, and careless driving. You understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who is your attorney? Ms. Costello?
Yes, sir.
I was appointed in district court, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll continue that. Ms. Costello, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, this is another for the 16th and 29th.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll have a busy day on the 16th.
Yes.
Yeah, you be here on the 16th, 9 a.m. for negotiations.
Mr.
On the 20,
Can you give me your phone number?
on
I'm
the
so sorry, Your
29th,
Honor.
you also attend on the 29th for your next pretrial. Go ahead, Ms. Costello.
Mr. Scott, can you give me your updated phone number?
You give him your phone number and have him to call. Write this phone number down,
Okay.
Mr. Scott.
833 254 2467.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Area
Thank you,
code
Your Honor.
270.
No, it's
27
833.
Okay, area code 833. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So we'll see you then, Mr. Scott.
All right, thank you.
Elizabeth Scott. Commonwealth versus Elizabeth Scott. 21 CR 0056. Are you Elizabeth Scott?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You born in 1992.
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 5440.
Yes.
Okay. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by Ms. Costello.
Yes.
Office of Public Advocacy. You have a right to remain silent. I'm going to read the charges. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you possession of controlled substance, first degree, first offense, possession of controlled substance, third degree, drug unspecified, drug paraphernalia, and controlled substance, prescription not in original containment. There's those charges. You understand those charges, Ms. Scott?
Yes, I
Okay. Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge the identity of Ms. Scott? Acknowledge receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, and reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order, Ms. Scott, where the Commonwealth will give your defense lawyer your information so you can prepare your defense. You should be here on July the 16th for negotiations and back on July the 29th.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Call your attorney.
All right, I will.
Commonwealth versus Dustin Schaffner. Commonwealth versus Dustin C. Schaffner. Okay, you're
Yeah.
Dustin Schaffner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is 21 CR 0010. Mr. Schaffner, the last four digits, social security number of what?
1887.
Okay, we're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance first degree, possession of controlled substance second degree, operating motor vehicle under the influence, drug paraphernalia, license to be in possession, expired license plates, as well as expired registration and careless driving. You understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge the identity of your client? Waive formal, also acknowledge receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Scott, you shall be here on July the 9th for negotiation about your case with the Commonwealth, and back here on July the 29th for your next pretrial. We either enter a plea or we can set a jury trial date, okay?
All right,
It's
thank
July
you.
16th, Mr. Schaffner.
Okay,
16th. What did I say? Something else besides that?
the
You
9th.
said the 9th.
Well, that's 9 a.m. That's what we're looking
Okay, all right, thank you.
The 16th at 9 a.m. Okay. Commonwealth versus Kareem Thompson. Commonwealth versus Kareem Thompson. 20 CR 0065. Are you Kareem L. Thompson?
Yes.
Okay. You were born in 1979.
Yes.
And what are the last 4 digits of your social security number?
8879.
Okay. The grand jury, you're here on a pretrial conference. You reached an agreement on this, Mr. Stockton?
I don't think we have, Your Honor.
Okay, she'll
Not
be
yet,
here.
Your Honor.
She'll be here on the 16th of July for negotiations at 9 a.m. and be back on the 29th of July for your pretrial. Both of these appearances are part of your bond. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I guess we did go through the enter plea of not guilty. I didn't mark it here. So we go through that. All right, Ms. Costello.
Yeah, we the last time she appeared, Your Honor, she appeared for arraignment in person before the shutdown.
We're here for the pretrial. She's been arraigned properly before, is what you're saying.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go to, I've got David Mark Powell on here. We had him on another case, I guess.
Those are diversion.
They're diversion completions. I guess so we can go ahead and sign those, although he was here today
All right.
and arraigned, Mr. Stockton.
Yeah, I didn't, for some reason, I didn't see that. Yeah, I just asked the court holding up the signing order as of right now, so I can look at that.
Okay, we'll hold it up on Mr. Powell. And what about Ms. Scott? She's the same? Okay, so we'll hold it up on that too, okay? Now we had
If I need
one
to file
other,
any motions, I will.
okay, we'll have, we had one other case that we passed over because the person wasn't on. Guess, was it Barbara Johnson? Barbara Johnson, I see you on there now. Put your camera on if you will. Barbara Johnson.
All right, is it working now? All right.
There you go. There you go. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Barbara Johnson, 21 CR 0024. You Barbara Johnson? Are you Barbara Johnson? Say something, Miss Johnson. Where are you, Miss Johnson? Miss Johnson, where are you located? Are you with us now, Miss Johnson? Y'all think she just not got a strong enough signal? The picture looks good. I don't understand why the video is not there. I mean, the audio is not there.
Can you hear me?
Say something, Ms. Johnson. It's a nightmare. Mr. Stockton, your microphone. Ms. Johnson, we can't hear you. Where are you? Can you hear me? Just shake your head. So you can hear me. Shake your head if you can hear me. I don't know whether it was a head shake or not. Try to say something now, Ms. Johnson. You got your microphone turned off. Push the button on your microphone. Now try to say something.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, say something. Okay, we don't have a good enough connection. She's to be here on the 16th for negotiation. Well, say something. Say something.
I'm trying to. Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you. You got your finger in front of the mic, the photograph there in front of the camera. Okay. She's to be here in person at the courthouse on the 16th for negotiation and the 29th. Hey, you call her and tell her that. I don't know whether she can hear me. Also, the surety is requesting to come off her bond.
Wasn't aware of that, Your Honor.
Do what?
Sorry, Your Honor, I was unaware.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, can you hear me now? No. Okay, well, when she comes here on the 16th, you need to tell her that she needs to have somebody else ready to go on her bond, okay? Because she's not
Yes, Your
in
Honor.
custody today, okay? Okay, is there anybody else on this docket, the criminal docket?
No, Your Honor.
Nobody else on the docket? Mr. Stockton, do you have anybody else on the docket?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, what's the next thing we have up? Okay, thank you very much. We're in recess to 1:20.
Tell me if that one felt up.
Okay, let's go on the record. We apologize to everyone. We had a rather challenging criminal docket this morning, and we're just now getting back up. Mark Swinicky and others versus Michael Aaron Boyd.
Hold on, Judge. He's gone to the restroom. I'll go get him. He called us.
We have that file.
I'll turn video on. You totally my camera's on. As you can see. Lights on. See.
Are the parties on now?
Yes, I'm here, Judge.
You're all right. So can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark Swinicky and wife Glenda Swinicky. Are y'all present online? Anybody that's not involved in this motion needs to turn their camera off so we won't have some confusion about seeing these folks. Okay, Mr. Little, who do you represent in the case?
I represent the plaintiffs, Mr. and Mrs. Swanky, Mark Swanky. He's here in my office.
And Ms. Huff, you represent Michael Darren Boyd.
That's correct.
Okay, now, when we were last here, we suggested that some proof be taken and this go to mediation. How's that advanced, Mr. Little?
Your Honor, before the order took place, we had taken deposition of Jake Staten, and we had an affidavit for former landowner. Then we answered discovery that Ms. Huff presented. We've done all that. Ms. Huff was going to schedule mediation, and it never got scheduled. We are still willing to do as the court directs, but she had a mediator she suggested, and I think that's right around the COVID time period. So we're still.
There hasn't been mediation.
There has not.
Okay, so Mr. Staten, you took his deposition, and who else, what other depositions you take?
We've taken no other depositions. We have affidavit in the file.
Who are the affidavits from?
The former landowner.
Who is that? Who is that person?
Let me look at my notes and I'll tell you. Carol Shaw, S-H-A-W.
Well, you intend to depose that person?
We were going to either do that or use her testimony live if the case was not resolved. She is not in this state. She's in and out. She goes to Indiana. And
Ms. Huff, I saw your reply to renewed motion of interest. That what's your side of what's going on here, or what isn't going on here?
Right. You know, the discovery that Mr. Little mentions was all taken before our last hearing. So, and maybe there's just been misunderstanding, miscommunication, but I understood Mr. Little was to take any additional proof on the specific issue of the prescriptive easement. Then we would have a time to take any other proof, and then we would mediate. And I'm happy to work on scheduled mediation. And again, I apologize if I've misunderstood or overlooked a communication. I did not realize that Mr. Little was not going to take any more proof. So,
you're not going to take any more proof, Mr. Little?
Well, we have the deposition. We don't really have any need for further proof unless the case is not settled.
Deposition of the surveyor.
Right, and he surveyed for Mr. Boyd.
Okay, so you're not going to take any more proof before you go to mediation, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, well, y'all need to schedule mediation as soon as you can.
That's
now, I can tell the court, in response to motions filed, my client has not made any improvements on the road. He's not laid any rock. He's not trimmed any trees. Now, it probably needs to be done, but he's not done that. But he has utilized the road that the court has ordered that the road be opened, and of course he's driven on the road. That's it.
Okay. Well, let's just get a mediation going, okay? Now, do y'all want to agree on a mediator here so we won't have to worry about who's going to call the other and that sort of things?
I would propose Douglas George.
From Lebanon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Winter, do you have any objections?
I'm not, I think I maybe have done one mediation with Mr. George. I'm not well acquainted with him.
He's a former circuit judge, excellent circuit judge from Lebanon. He's a cousin to Elmer George and Philip George and all the Georges up there. And he's
Lebanon.
He had Marion, Washington, Greene, and Taylor County. One of the two judges up there for a while. So retired circuit judge.
If there's no objections, I'll contact him, get a schedule, and I'll forward it to
you in agreement with him, Ms. Huff?
As I said, right now I don't know enough to No, but I'll certainly consider him, and if we can get some
So,
data.
okay, you propose somebody else because this is dallying
Sure.
along too.
I've recently had a good experience with John Martin with Landrum Shouse in Louisville, and I've only made it one case.
I'd rather not go outside the area and bring somebody in from Landrum South on a prescriptive use on a country road, if you don't mind. Just there are people around here. You got George is tremendous. Bobby Richardson does things like that. Former Chief Justice does mediations. Justice Lambert. How are you with Justice Lambert, Ms. Hubbard? He'd be all right.
I'd be fine with Justice Lambert.
Pardon?
I'd be fine with Justice Lambert, Your Honor.
Are you fine with Justice Lambert, Gary?
I have no problems, Judge.
Okay, so I can't appoint anybody, but y'all, if y'all are in agreement, just draw an order and get a hold of Justice Lambert and bring him in. I'd say there's more than a few prescriptive use cases that he's been familiar with, being from Rockcastle County. So probably a lot of old roads in Rockcastle County. Okay, if y'all get something to me and keep me informed about when the mediation is going to be, maybe we can get closer to this thing. Okay.
Ms. Huff, are you drafting an order or am I drafting an order?
If you could, that would be great.
Okay.
I'll get some dates.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. The next case is Scott versus Scott. Scott versus Scott.
Judge, I'm here for Tawana Scott, now known as Tawana Ray.
Okay, Mr. Meredith, you represent Eddie Brandon Scott, is that correct? Mr. Meredith?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I see someone from the county attorney's office on there. Okay, what are we doing here now?
Judge, the case was put back on your docket because we had previously filed contempt motions against Mr. Scott, and then we had a hearing scheduled for May the 25th. Mr. Meredith showed up, but his client did not, and Mr. Meredith was not able to reach his client at the time of that hearing. And he's not complied by cooperating with the child support office to give him his income information. He hadn't made any child support payments or any effort until after we had that May 25th hearing. And then I think in the last week or two, he's been trying to play catch up on payments, but we don't even know what his real child support obligation is at this point because he won't provide income. And then after, I think it's been months, back in March, he was ordered to submit to a hair follicle test. And then back on June the 8th, again, after we were supposed to have had the hearing, he went and got a hair follicle test. And of course, our argument against that is basically he's given himself an extended period of time to be sure they would have a clean drug screen.
Judge, in response, he wasn't employed as a over-the-road truck driver by the company he's working for now until just recently, so he didn't have any income information to send to the child support office. As soon as he got income information, or as soon as he started getting paid, he started making child support payments to the child support office. He's made 6 payments over the last 2 weeks. As far as I can determine, based upon the letter that was sent on June the 8th saying what his arrearage was, he is overpaid. And as far as the drug screen test would go, when that order was entered, Judge, it was entered when he was not represented by counsel, was not before the court because it was sent to an address he was no longer at. As soon as he got a copy of that order, he went out and got compliance. Now, Judge, he's an over-the-road truck driver. He has told me that he has passed 3 different drug tests for this over-the-road company since his employment, not excluding this hair follicle test, which he went out and did in Amarillo, Texas, and got the results in 2 days and sent to me, and I filed with the court. I don't know what kind of argument they're trying to say, because when I was researching the file, he was never under any prior order to do a hair follicle test. The only order that was ever entered about him having any kind of drug screen was when the property settlement agreement was approved by the court in December of 2019, required him to take 3 successive alcohol drug tests, which he did. Each one of those were filed with the court. But when I filed my entry of appearance and filed a response to the pending motions, I annexed those same drug tests in case for somehow that they had not been paid part of the court file. So he's done, as far as I know, he's done what he was ordered to do.
Judge, in response to the issue of the address, when we initially filed our motions back in February in this case, we sent it to an Ashlock address. He claimed that he didn't get it. So then we did the postal request to confirm what his address was, as well as confirm what he listed on his driver's license. That's where everything else went. Then now he is just, again, I think it was back on the 18th, filed a notice of change of address, on the 23rd of this month.
Well, let me ask you something. What do you want?
Well, Judge, we want to continue the order as it stands, and
tell me in particular what you want.
Well, at this point, he's abandoned these children for 90 days or more. So we want it to continue. We filed a motion for sole custody. We were prepared for the hearing and he didn't show up. So we're asking that the sole custody be continued and that he provide proof of income to child support, because still he has to this day never given them any.
Let's take a breath here and do one thing at a time, okay? Your client needs to provide, Mr. Meredith, proof.
I understand, Judge. He's provided over $2,400 this month.
I just telling you.
Okay.
He needs to provide the proof of income. I applaud him for paying child support. It's a good thing. Okay. But you can understand you would want the proof filed. Now, does the county attorney's office have the proof? Mr. Corbin?
We have proof of several payments that he's made this month.
Yeah, but you don't have any overall proof of to calculate his child support obligations. Right?
No, we do not.
No. Well, I want his last year's income tax returns filed with him.
All right, if he's filed one, I'll get it filed. I'll get it to him.
Okay, and then his pay stubs, when did you say he started back to work?
I think he started back to work last of May, 1st of June.
Okay.
And of course, he was one of the ones that filed unemployment that didn't get it.
Judge, just one comment. When we had a partial hearing on the 25th, we provided proof that he was claiming he owned his own trucking business and where he was working over the road. So I'm not buying the fact he just started working at the end of May, the 1st of June.
Well, wait. Okay. You can buy or not buy it. Once he files it, then you'll have a chance to challenge it, but it has to be filed first. He needs to file a complete and total disclosure to the county attorney's office about his income over the last 2 years. Okay, this was a 19.
I think he filed in 2019. I've got a copy of his 2019 disclosure that he provided. I don't know if he's filed.
County attorney's office have 2019 on him?
No, Judge, we do not.
Okay, well, I don't know whether he's filed or what he hadn't filed.
Okay.
I want a complete disclosure of his income for 2019 and 2020 and up to date now through today. Okay?
All right.
The county attorney's office, and I want that done within 10 days.
All right. Keep in mind he's in California, but if I can get it, they'll have it. Now, Judge, one thing I do want to comment on, he hasn't abandoned these children.
I don't care really what y'all say to each other. I'm going to try to get resolution here. I'm just talking about things that they don't like each other. He hadn't been father of the year, this, that. We'll deal with that some other time. Right now, I'm dealing on the child support situation. Right?
Because they suspended his rights.
That's one issue. I'm taking care of that 10 days from today.
All right.
He stays in California where he's going to be, if he's long, he's going to be somewhere all the time. That's not good enough for me. So in 10 days, if he hadn't provided that in 10 days, then I'm going to enter a contempt order and allow him to purge himself, of course.
Okay.
Sure,
I understand.
Now, what else do you need, Ms. Capps?
Judge, we're just asking that the existing order continue through.
Which portions of it? Tell me what you want.
We're asking that, of course, his visitation be suspended and that she have temporary sole custody until we can be entitled to have the full hearing.
What do you want the hearing on? What do you want? Tell me what you want.
On the hearing on permanent sole custody.
Okay, so you want to deny that this guy's got joint custody now with, it wasn't 50-50 time, was it?
No,
Joint.
Joint, well, how were they establishing the time with the child?
well, that was the issue, Judge. We had a schedule in place in their prior property settlement agreement. And then at some point, I think in early 2020, he wasn't exercising his visits. He wasn't complying with their agreement.
I don't want to
I'm just saying
I do not want to get into that. I'm just asking what the present order, the separation agreement in order had a time sharing agreement incorporated, correct?
Cumberland County guidelines, Judge.
Okay.
Yes.
So he was getting every other weekend, or what was he getting?
That's what it was, but then she called and said he couldn't see him anymore.
I know, I'm just asking. It was every other weekend, and then one day, one week, one night a week, and the weekends that he didn't have them, right?
Yes, Judge.
Now, when was the last time he tried to exercise him?
Well, Judge, we had, as of right now, she's still got that existing temporary order. But when was the last time he actually made an effort, Tawana? Judge, he went from, I think, March or April of last year until December of this past year before he made an effort to try to visit.
Okay, this could take a while. Mr. Meredith, is there some place where, how old are the, how is there one child or two children? Two. How old are they?
8 and 10.
Okay. Does your client desire, until we get this, I know he wants his full visitation in the agreement, Mr. Meredith.
Right.
But until then, is there some place that would be agreeable, you think, with the mother for him to have some limited visitation supervised us?
How about at his parents' house down in Salina, which isn't that far over the border?
Well, we're not going over the border.
Okay. Well,
Love Salina. Haven't had great success on getting orders enforced in Salina. Maybe it's changed.
And Judge, before, I didn't mean to interrupt you, before he had been doing visits with Tawana's dad.
Okay. Well, check with your client and see if that would all right.
Or all
Give
right,
Mr. Meredith the grandfather's full name.
It's Rondell Ray.
Yeah.
Well, I think unfortunately the petitioner is living with her dad now, so it would make it a little bit difficult to exercise visitation if that's the case.
Judge, we can make arrangements where she's not present. Their house burnt and they're in the process of rebuilding a house. It's almost finished, but she is staying with her dad. But I mean, we can put in an order that she's not there for the visits.
Ronald Ray's house didn't burn.
No.
Okay.
Well, I'll check with him and see if he's willing to do that.
Check. If not, we can, we can have the cabinet to provide a place where they can have a neutral visitation down there. I'd rather not do that to children, to take them to the cabinet.
And Judge, can we have something that if he doesn't comply with the order, that at that point she does, because we've got 2 small children that, they'll get worked up to see their dad and he doesn't show.
Well, make sure that your client is in a situation where he plans on exercising his visitation.
I will, Judge.
Explain that to him. You know what I mean?
I know exactly where you're coming from.
He'll understand that. And I think they make a good point. But I want him to continue. It's so important for children to keep in contact with both parents if they're conducting themselves appropriately, and hopefully we can rearrange that. Okay, is there anything else, Ms. Capps? We'll get into this after we get this thing going here and get these income things filed. This visitation doesn't alleviate the thing, then we can have the hearing that you want to. Is there any reason why the commissioner can't hear the hearing is for his termination?
No.
Well, I'll stay involved in this until it's evident that we can't reach an agreement. And I hope we can reach an agreement here in some ways. And, if Mr. Scott hasn't been the model father, but he wants to turn it around, redemption is possible in our lives, if he can reestablish himself as someone who will regularly exercise these and not get hurt the children by not showing up and that sort of thing, if that happens.
But he'd love to. He just
Well,
calls. And she won't let him talk to him.
Well, I know, Mr. Meredith, you and I weren't always there. We've been practicing a long time. You know what I'm saying? There's, as Paul Carter said, there's two sides to every story and sometimes three.
Yeah.
So, you know, we try to overcome the past and reestablish these things, but I'm going to put these restrictions on his visitation until he demonstrates
All right.
to me that he's willing to responsibly do that and not disappoint the children.
Okay, Judge.
Okay, now you tell him that he needs to be candid about these. In these forms, Ms. Corbin, are signed under penalty of perjury, aren't they?
Yes, Judge, they are.
So you tell him that he needs to be thoughtful about that.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay. Is there anything else temporarily, Ms. Capps?
No, Judge.
Well, you want to draw the order?
I guess, what are the parameters on visitation? Or are we just leaving that open until he can confirm or?
Well, I think, you know, I think that a couple hours a week right now, you know, and if she wants to extend that at her father's place longer than that, I don't know your client. I know your client, but I don't know her well. I know her father, and I know the respondent's family, you know, somewhat, you know. So I think that I don't think Mr. Ray would want to deny Mr. Scott. I don't think your client would if they wanted another 15, 20 minutes or something like that. But let's try 2 hours a week to start off with. And obviously, if there were good faith effort to provide him more time with that, it might change the mood of this whole thing. Okay.
All right, Judge.
Oh, okay. Thank y'all very much.
Thanks.
Mid-South Capital Partners LP versus Ruby Burton and others.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jeff Patterson from Mid-South Capital Partners. It's our motion for to amend the complaint, Your Honor.
Sharon Howard for Randall York.
What's the nature of this action? Is it a?
Your Honor, it's a tax bill case foreclosure, and we discovered that Mr. Roger York was deceased, so we were going to amend the complaint to properly name his estate.
Okay.
Judge, this matter is an estate itself. I mean, there's an active estate in the Cumberland District Court involving this property.
Your Honor, we're not.
Wait. I didn't. You need, Mr. Howard, you weren't clear. We don't have a great connection. Speak up and tell me again. You're saying that.
Speaker, is that better, sir?
Yes.
All right. There is an estate in this case where this is the only asset, basically, of an estate.
Well, real estate doesn't usually go into an estate, into probate. There wasn't a will, and this was not a survivorship piece of property, correct?
Correct.
So usually the only way they get into the real estate, if there are not sufficient other personal property to take care of the final expenses and things like that. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who passed away?
The father of all these children that have been named.
And the property was in his name?
Yes.
And that's where the tax liens were filed?
Right.
Okay. So were there sufficient, I mean, are they going to try to take the real estate into the estate? I mean, into the probate? Or for funeral expenses or anything like that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Yes. There's been, the estate was filed prior in 2016.
But it hadn't been progressing very well, has it?
No, it hasn't.
So if I had a tax lien on there, I think I'd want the property sold.
I understand.
Okay, now have you substituted, now that you know that there might be administrators or administratrix or co-administrators or what?
Co-administrators, sir. One of whom is Randall York.
Your Honor, we certainly will. I didn't know that Ms. Howard was involved in the case, so now we can contact her. We're not really interested in any kind of in personam or action against the estate. We're really just trying we'll just proceed against the property. And if they can make it whole, we'll get out of the way.
How much do they owe you?
Your Honor, I don't have that number in front of me.
You don't have the tax bill there with you? Let's see if I have.
I can maybe figure it out real quick, though.
The tax bill was $471.61.
How much?
$471.61.
How much you take to settle this thing? Mr. Patterson, are you still with us? Do we lose Mr. Patterson?
It says he's still on the screen. I mean, still around. I guess he's getting his file. Mr. Patterson paid $167.45 for this purchase of the tax bill, unpaid taxes. I think we've lost him.
Sorry, Your Honor, I lost you there for a minute.
The $195 tax bill you got here?
That would be the face of it, Your Honor. I'm trying to get the payoff right now.
It's $167.47.
That was the face of the lien?
Yes.
Yeah.
12% interest.
Right. And then there'd be the
Administrative fee of 115. So what's the payoff you want these people?
Trying to get that right now, Your Honor. We got a computer system I'm trying to get in. Keeps wanting to shut. I can get in. Let me try one more thing.
the complaint at the back doesn't have the exhibit on it.
We get it to you right now. It would just be, we do a flat fee billing in these cases. Okay. But like I said, usually we'll do a $1,800 flat fee in these cases to stay beneath the statutory presumption of 2,000 being reasonable. So we usually will try and bill a flat fee of
Give us
less
the
than
total
that.
amount, cost and everything that you want.
What's that?
The total, does that include the filing fee and all that sort of stuff?
The filing fee and the court costs would be extra, but the legal fee would be capped at 1,800.
1,800?
Yes, Your Honor.
But you said 800.
I did.
No, 1,800. We do a flat fee billing usually. When we file the complaint, we do a flat fee billing of 1,800. Generally speaking.
I don't know whether you're going to be getting 1,800.
Okay, that's fine.
But what I'm telling you is, usually what I like to do is you've got a lien. These people are on here. You make them an offer and give them a breakdown of what the cost is.
Sure.
They might just send you a check. That'd be wonderful, wouldn't it?
That'd be great.
But they're probably not going to send you a check for $1,800 on a $145 tax bill. And you're probably not going to get that. So they're usually, it says that there's a breakdown of the fees and cost and everything. There wasn't a complaint, but I don't want to send one sensing. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this back up on the rule day that we have on July the 29th. You can renotice it. And between then and now, I want you to send Ms. Howard, now that you know she's there, a breakdown of what your best offer on the thing is with cost. I see there's some warning order attorneys in here, some other things like that. Obviously, you'll want to get that back. It looks like Mr. Coleman Hurt did them.
Yes, Your Honor.
So
that's fine. Yeah, we have no interest in selling the property.
Breakdown and see what we go, and I can probably save you some time on the thing by telling you about what because a lot of the work you're going to have to do is from this point forward. With getting somebody to watch the sale and divide the money and all that sort of stuff. And everything.
Exactly.
So make her an offer. Do you have her contact information? Miss Howard's contact information?
I do not, Your Honor. And Miss Howard, my email is judd@juddpatterson.com with Judd with 1 D. If you want to send me your information, I'll get with you right away.
Judd, say it again, Judd.
Judd@juddpatterson.com. JUDPATTERSON.com.
Okay, I sent an offer some time ago to that address, but I'll give you a shout out.
Let him tell you what he wants. Don't be bidding against yourself. I don't
I'm going to.
Okay, well, thank y'all for being patient.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
1:40 is when you need to set that for. 1:40 local time here, okay?
Okay, on July 29th. Great. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Randall Curry versus David Page and others.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Adam Bourne on behalf of the plaintiff, Randall Curry.
Yes.
And this is my motion to withdraw, Your Honor. As grounds for the motion, we haven't been able to make contact with Mr. Curry for a considerable length of time. We've sent him letters. We've called and left phone messages. We sent him a certified letter a couple months ago, and he won't call us back.
Okay, what is this case about?
Judge, this case originated from a physical altercation between Mr. Curry and Mr. Page that happened at Mr. Page's grocery store.
That refreshes for me. Just send a motion. Let's give him 30 days. Give him 30 days to get counsel and okay, you got an order here. They say the clerk says you got one. Let's see here.
I think I left the number of days blank, Judge, so you could fill it in.
Are you satisfied with 30 days or you want 45 or what?
45 would be good.
Your last active advocacy for your former clients. You got him an increase from 30 to 45 days. Good job. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
so I'll sign this today. And okay. Mr. Ramsey, do you need anything else on this?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. And I guess the
Unless Mr. Jesse needs
Miller
something.
is on there too, right?
Yeah, Your Honor, John Jesse, I'm covering for Mr. Miller.
Yeah.
We're good.
Okay. Okay, well, he was given 45 days, so probably the next rule day after that here would be August the 26th. So if you want to set anything, if he doesn't make an interview appearance within 45 days, if you want to set anything else, August 25th. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Judge.
Does that finish the civil docket? Okay, that finishes the civil docket, and we're now adjourned.